Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We're following three big stories for you this morning. Juveniles fueling crime in Baltimore City as the death count continues to climb. The investigation into what's being done about Squeegee kids. And we continue your 2022 vote coverage as the primaries are right around the corner. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Shane and Lily will join us with the future of recreational marijuana use in the state. Plus, cooler temperatures making a return. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will join us with a look at how much it may cost to keep your home warm this winter. But good morning here. It's September 26th. I'm Taylor Stewart. Excited to be with you guys this morning. Let's go ahead and check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers with your early morning forecast. Good morning, Justin.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. And things not too bad right now. A little chilly outside as you step out on your Monday morning, getting back to work and back to school this week. Our Towson camera, nice and calm conditions. Few clouds kind of hanging around. Had some of those showers and storms that rolled through yesterday that brought us a pretty decent amount of rain, at least for some neighborhoods. 57 in Cockeysville, 60 in Towson right now, down through Baltimore City. We're at 62 in Brooklyn Park, and Dundalk, you're at 64. So a cool fall morning. It will be a bit breezy later this afternoon, and those temperatures are going to stay near average, overall staying mainly dry. Morning drive, no issues out there. Probably need the bun warmers on, though, with numbers staying in the upper 50s and lower 60s over the next couple of hours. We're back with your full forecast in just a few. Taylor.
Alrighty, let's check out those drive times thanks to the Len Stiller Traffic Network. As you can see, 8, 6, 9, all moving quick this morning. You are in the green. Breaking news overnight out of Baltimore County. 2 people stabbed in Cockeysville. Now, police responding to Byron Lane around 7:30 last night. They say when they arrived, they found at least 2 victims suffering from stab wounds where they were taken to the hospital for treatment. Now, no word on their condition, but coming up at 5 o'clock, Olivia Dance will join us with live details into the investigation. We're turning now to a city in crisis. Juvenile crime is on the rise in Baltimore, and police say 2 teenagers stole a gun from a uniformed security guard on Saturday. Now, police say it happened Saturday afternoon on East Fayetteville Street, just steps from City Hall. It's not clear exactly what happened, but Fox 45 asked police for more information. They said they could not give us any at this time. This was all happening during the Charm City Live Festival in the area. And mind you, it comes just 2 days after police say minors tried to rob a Barks Animal Shelter employee at gunpoint, and a week after 3 teenagers led police on a high-speed chase from Baltimore City into Baltimore County. The recent spike in young people committing crime is fueling questions about the juvenile justice system here in Maryland. New laws passed in Annapolis last year protects most children who commit crimes. Another bill would have created a database of all those crimes for children in the public while protecting juveniles, despite the support from the Baltimore police. It failed.
If we arrest kids, 15, 16-year-olds, for committing a robbery or a carjacking, for example, and they're right back out on the street, they're going to commit more. I mean, we see it happen all the time. So there really does need to be some real accountability.
Meanwhile, Baltimore City Police are investigating multiple shootings that happened just this weekend. 7 people were shot in the past 2 days. That includes a triple shooting in South Baltimore late Saturday night. All 7 victims are expected to survive. Baltimore City Council will hold its second of 3 investigative hearings this week on the E. coli contamination in West Baltimore. At the first meeting, the head of DPW admitted to bungling communication about that contamination. But Mayor Brandon Scott has said that is not how he sees it, earning him some criticism from experts and his constituents. Of course, Fox 45 News will continue to press the mayor for answers this week when it comes to that hearing, as well as crime. The mayor faced a lot of criticism last week after several issues arose.
We've got to recognize what the problems are. We've got to confront them and deal with them head on. The city council has begun to come alive. Now, this has only been true in the last bunch of months, because it used to be that they would be quiet no matter what sort of dereliction of duty the mayor did. But I think for Nick Mosby not to learn about these safe street changes and not to be notified is just outrageous.
We want to know what you think after seeing how he's handled this week and the summer. Does Mayor Scott deserve a second term? Now, so far in our poll, 98% of voters say no. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote. We want to hear your opinion. Go ahead and weigh in. Oh, man, did you see this amazing fourth quarter performance by the Ravens last night? Exactly 1 week after they lost to the Miami Dolphins. Well, they're back, baby. Ravens left Foxborough with some winners, 37-26 over New England. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson with yet another MVP-type performance. 5 total touchdowns we're talking about. The Ravens defense came away with 4 turnovers, 3 of those late in the fourth quarter, bringing it home at the end. And now they are back in the win column. All right, this morning the debate continues over whether Johns Hopkins University should create its own police force. What you can expect after the first town hall went virtual. Plus, it's a sunny week ahead this first week of fall. How long will that last, though? Justin Chambers breaking it down for us in our forecast just ahead.
Welcome back. 4:38 is your time right now as we take a look outside over the Inner Harbor. Nice shot here this morning. Temperatures right now are mainly in the 50s and 60s. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. We get closer to sunrise. You can see those numbers will be in the mid to upper 50s. Kind of a cool start to your morning. We'll break down what we can expect today. Also tracking the latest with Tropical Storm Ian and how that could impact us by this upcoming weekend. Back to you.
Topping your international news, Giorgia Meloni may soon be Italy's first far-right leader since Mussolini. That is according to exit polls showing record low turnout. Meloni's Brothers of Italy party, which has neo-fascist roots, appeared poised to take 45% of the vote in an alliance with another right-wing party. It makes Meloni well-positioned to be Italy's first hard-right prime minister since the end of World War II and the first woman to hold the office. The counting of the ballots is expected to last into Monday morning. And in Germany, the country has secured more gas shipments from the United Arab Emirates. Now, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has wrapped up 2 days of visits to the Gulf focused on increasing fossil fuel supplies and forging alliances against Russia. Germany has been trying to wean itself off of imports from Russia after its invasion of Ukraine. Scholz signed a new accord with the president of the UAE on energy cooperation. The German utility RWE announced yesterday it will receive its first shipment from the UBU Dubai International Oil Company later this year. And in Puerto Rico, New York Governor Kathy Hochul is deploying the state troopers to help clean following Hurricane Fiona. Hochul says 100 officers are on their way to help deal with last weekend's destruction. As of yesterday, 1.47 million residents on the island still do not have power. Another 20% of water customers still without service. Now, that is as crews are struggling to reach submerged power substations and fix those down lines. New York's governor promised more resources as needed. Making headlines this morning, the New York City Police Department is asking for help to track down the suspects who brutally assaulted and robbed an elderly man in Queens. The attack was captured on surveillance video Friday just before 6 a.m. Police say two individuals who had just gotten out of an SUV approached this man, 81 years old. You can see him on the ground there. They can be seen in this video punching him and kneeling over the victim's body before taking his messenger bag and his cell phone. This is brutal video. We do want to warn you, it's hard to watch. That man was taken to the hospital with broken ribs, cuts, and bruises. The attackers left the scene in an SUV. Police are looking for a man responsible for shooting two 15-year-olds and one adult at an amusement park near Pittsburgh. That happened Saturday night in Kenwood in the city of West Mifflin. They were all treated at hospitals and are expected to be okay, but according to reports, an argument between the two groups led to the shooting. It's been a rough week for Mayor Brandon Scott as problems continue to pile up. How he's handling the growing demand for answers.
I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. Student test scores revealing another devastating impact of learning loss during the pandemic that could change when your child graduates.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, the devastating impact of the pandemic on education could lead more students to repeating grades. Students are facing learning loss, mental health challenges, just to name a few, and now they're being held back. National Desk correspondent Angela Brown shares how this is impacting students in the classroom.
This issue grabbed our attention after we spotted a report coming out of Michigan that found over 5,000 students scored low enough to repeat the third grade based on reading test scores, higher than before the pandemic. As we started looking into this issue, we found this is happening across the country.
It's heartbreaking, but it's not surprising.
As the executive director of the Flint Genesee Literacy Network, Angela Hood sees firsthand the long-term impacts of low literacy.
What we know for sure, that there is a clear connection between incarceration rates and poverty rates when we have low literacy.
Hood unsettled by this new report from Michigan State University's Education Policy Innovation Collaborative, or EPIC. Based on test scores, more than 5,600 Michigan third graders are at risk of being held back because they cannot read at grade level, up from before the pandemic.
My view is this is less about, oh my gosh, all these kids will be retained, because likely most of them won't actually be retained. But it is a sort of a red flag of alarm for us to say, students in third grade, a much larger percentage of them than in previous years, are not able to read or write at their grade level.
This isn't just a Michigan problem, but a national concern. An Associated Press analysis revealing 24 of the 28 states that actually provided data for the most recent academic year saw an increase in the number of students who were held back. 3 states, South Carolina, West Virginia, and Delaware, saw retention more than double.
So the 2 things that we think are very evidence-based that we know will work to help improve student achievement are one-on-one tutoring from a qualified adult and also extended learning time.
Pennsylvania passed a pandemic-era law giving parents the option of letting their kids repeat their grade level during the 2021-2022 school year. The AP reporting the number of retained students in that state, Pennsylvania, jumped by about 20,000. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Fiona leaving behind widespread destruction in parts of eastern Canada over the weekend.
It just kept leaning and leaning until it finally came down.
Now, hundreds of thousands were without power after the storm slammed into the coast, carrying hurricane-force winds and torrential rainfall. The conditions collapsed homes and toppled trees over the region. In Nova Scotia, authorities declared a state of emergency due to many roads just being undrivable. And in Puerto Rico, officials are still trying to assess the damage a week after the storm made landfall. Thousands remain without electricity. Gas stations and other businesses have had to shut down due to the lack of fuel for generators.
Once the power goes out, the water goes out. So we're still hopefully days away from recovery, but it could be longer than that.
The National Guard says it will send fuel to hospitals first and then to other places. But Florida is still under a state of emergency ahead of Tropical Storm Ian. The storm is predicted to become a Category 4 hurricane before weakening. It's expected to hit Florida later this week. Residents spent the day getting ready, many of them flocking to stores to stock up on generators, canned food, water, and gas. Now, let's go ahead and check in with Justin for a check of our weather as we see it here on our radar. Justin, what are we looking like?
Well, we're continuing to track Ian right now. This is still a tropical storm, Taylor, with 70-mile-an-hour winds, and this is still south of Cuba at this time. We'll get an update from the National Hurricane Center in about 12 minutes from right now. So when we start the 5 o'clock show, I'll have the very latest update, and more than likely, it will become a hurricane sometime today. This is what we're going to see with Ian, and the track is going to take it right through the west coast of Cuba here with 100-mile-an-hour winds by tonight. Then it's expected to intensify, potentially as a Category 4 storm in the Gulf of Mexico before it gets close to the Tampa area and making landfall in Florida sometime by the time we head into late Wednesday, Thursday, more than likely north of Tampa up toward the Florida Panhandle area, and then continuing to track up into the U.S. And we actually could see some of the impacts from Ian by the time we get into the weekend right here at home. So obviously we'll keep our eyes on that and everything going on in the tropics. Right now, Ian is the only storm that we're tracking. This is a look at our live cam over downtown Baltimore. Looking good so far this morning. Domino sugar sign all lit up. 60 is your temperature right now at BWI, and that dew point at 53 degrees. So overall, not too bad out there right now. And numbers are going to stay mainly in the mid to upper 50s over the next couple of hours on your rise and shine cast. Sun comes up at 6:58 this morning and goes to bed at 6:57. So we already had the autumnal equinox and we have that little seasonal lag. So actually today is when we'll have the 12 hours of day and night. Low to mid and upper 70s across central Maryland and basically up and down the 95 corridor throughout the afternoon from Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Warmest spot will be in Richmond. And as we take a look at our 7-day forecast here, numbers stay in the mid to upper 70s for today. 74 tomorrow, and then lower 70s into Wednesday and Thursday. Overnight lows will be into the 50s. Now, as we look ahead to the weekend, Ravens are back at home on Sunday afternoon, and we are going to have to deal with some of those showers, again, the leftover remnants of Ian in our area by Saturday and Sunday. So we'll continue to take a closer look at that and give you another update in just a few.
Now let's head over to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. As you can see, those roads are moving very clearly, very easily this morning as you head out the door for your commute. Let's go ahead and check in with mass transit. Hey, Mark Jones with the MTA.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden Train 840 and Camden Train 841 canceled. That's due to freight train congestion related to CSX. Be aware of that and allow perhaps a little extra time out there, or better yet, use the pen line to avoid those cancellations. Out there on Light Rail Link, expect single tracking between Cold Spring and Lutherville stations. That's due to maintenance. Allow time for travel as you will incur a delay. Metro Subway Link operating on time for the start. No delays in either direction between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, another story coming to light involving violent squeegee kids. The questions Fox 45 is asking your city leaders just ahead.
Senator Joe Manchin making the case for a pipeline in his home state of West Virginia. I'm Christine Frizell with a look at why some of the most outspoken critics of the plan are in his own party.
In your national news this morning, we're taking a live look from Capitol Hill. The government is set to run out of money in just a few days if Congress does not pass a spending bill. There's one item attached to that bill that could make it more difficult. As national correspondent Christine Frizzell reports, it's what some lawmakers are calling a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and what others call a shady backroom deal.
It has for decades been central to West Virginia's identity. But with coal mining winding down and posing greater risks to the climate, the Mountain State senator is hoping a secret deal he made months ago will help his state become a bigger leader in oil and gas, pushing for a pipeline.
This is a chance in a lifetime for us to have energy independence, Shannon, for us to have security in this nation, which we need, and making sure that we can take care of the American people with lower energy prices.
Senator Joe Manchin arguing for major permitting reform for projects he argues take too long compared to other developed countries.
United States, a minimum of 5 to 10 years. Minimum of 5 to 10 years. Canada, 1 to 3 years. Australia, 1 to 3 years.
Critics say the bill goes too far.
No dirty deal! No dirty deal!
Insulating big energy companies from lawsuits and proper judicial review. Even those in Manchin's own party warn the Mountain Valley Pipeline has already incurred multiple violations.
Work on the pipeline has been stopped by state agencies because of slipshod quality that damages water and that damages people's property.
Republicans viewing it through a political lens, likening support for the bill to a reward for Manchin, who voted for another bill they staunchly opposed, the Inflation Reduction Act.
He made a deal without having all the ducks in a row.
A Wall Street Journal editorial slamming the legislation it says makes only marginal improvements, but creates new regulatory risks for fossil fuels. Manchin calls the piece inaccurate. But Washington is a town built on deals. This one a pledge from Democratic leadership to Senator Manchin in exchange for his vote on their climate and energy legislation, a deal that for now remains on shaky ground. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
In a city in crisis, Johns Hopkins University will hold 2 more public safety town halls this week to talk about the new campus police department. The first town hall last week was forced online after protesters created a bit of chaos. Supporters say the new campus police department is necessary as the Baltimore Police Department sees a staffing shortage and crime at the university's 3 campuses spiking, especially at East Baltimore. BPD is still skeptical, though, saying its officers would have to assist in investigating crimes on campus. FOX45 News questioned Mayor Brandon Scott about whether he'll sign off on the plan or block it. He didn't directly answer our questions.
I think that we've seen these protests happen the entire time, and really it's up to Hopkins to understand what their entire community wants and make a decision on whether they want to move forward or not. But what I will say is that when you think about universities around the city, including Coppin and Morgan, they have police forces. We know that University of Baltimore has a police force, UMD. Most colleges do have that.
Now, this week's town halls are scheduled for Thursday and Friday. You can find more information about them on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Baltimore County Police responding to an overnight stabbing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what we know so far, plus hear how county leaders are reacting to the crime.
Recreational uses of marijuana could soon become legal in the state. Coming up, how experts predict that change could affect you.
Temperatures are not too bad right now, but we are tracking temperatures that are going to be a little warmer by the time we head toward the afternoon than where we are this morning. We'll break it all down for you coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, September 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got some changes coming, at least to Florida.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. In fact, just minutes ago, it is now Hurricane Ian. So 75-mile-an-hour winds. That's what we're going to be tracking, not only for folks in Florida, but potentially the impacts we could see right here at home by the time we head into this upcoming weekend. We'll have a little bit more on that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Very calm conditions as we look out over our Towson traffic circle camera shot right there. And numbers are in the 50s and 60s across the state here for Cumberland and Hagerstown over to Westminster. 58 in Baltimore City, 60 in Annapolis, 57 your temp in Bel Air. So a cool fall morning. We are going to see breezy to windy conditions for the afternoon and stay in dry with those temperatures that actually will stay near average for this time of year. Mr. Bo says we are good to go with upper 50s over the next couple of hours. Looking good. Probably even need the bun warmers on the car as you head out this morning. Let's take a look at how things are looking on the roads. Tom, anything that's going on early this morning?
Yeah, actually, it's really just in construction zone that we have here in your Lens Stoller traffic network. Not in any of these cameras. We had pulled it up earlier, right at 83. When you're getting on to 695 merging there, you go down to one lane. So 695's outer loop if you're coming from the Towson area and you're heading to Baltimore. Or if you're coming down 83 from Padonia to Timonium, it goes down to one lane. It's police officers sitting by there, too, and traffic is backed up.
New this morning, we are hearing about a possible stabbing in Baltimore County.
Yeah, Olivia Dance is joining us live from Cockeysville this morning with what we are learning. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, this is still an ongoing investigation, but what we know right now is that Baltimore County Police responded to a call just before 7:30 last night with reports of a stabbing here near Lord Byron Lane. And when they arrived, they found two victims who were suffering from stab wounds. Those victims were transported by ambulance to a local hospital where they received treatment, and we're still working to find out the ages of those victims now. But again, this is still an ongoing investigation, and police tell us they will be releasing more information at a later time. So we'll bring you that latest information when we know more. But for now, back to you.
Olivia, just recently, Baltimore County Police Union claimed crime is on the rise. What did they say about the county's leadership in their response?
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. We know that in August, the president of the Baltimore County Police Union slammed county leaders for their response to crime. Take a listen.
The people have a right to know, and they bury these carjacking numbers. They bury the shooting number. Leadership is failing. I think they're failing to be transparent. They're failing to be accountable, and they're failing to come up with a plan to stop the bleed here.
Now, at the time, the spokesperson for the county executive said that crime is not rising, so we'll just have to wait and see how county leaders respond to this most recent incident. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. A referendum on whether to legalize recreational marijuana for individuals aged 21 and older will be on the ballot this November.
And according to a recent Goucher College poll, voters are likely to vote to legalize the recreational use of marijuana in Maryland.
Shannon Lilly is joining us now with how that change could impact our state. Shannon.
Well, if legalized, Tom, this could lead to a big uptick in tax revenue, and that's a major reason that political analyst John Deedy thinks many people are supporting it. In fact, according to the most recent Goucher poll right here, you can see that 59% of Maryland residents indicate they will vote in favor of legalizing recreational marijuana on the November ballot, while 34% say they'll vote against it. 7% are still undecided. That's in line with trends that we've seen over the last decade.
Last year, Colorado took in $420 million in tax revenue. Legislators need money, and increasing taxes is never popular. But finding ways of creating tax revenue with sin taxes is always popular. And I think the poll really showed that people want to do something like this.
Well, Deedy does say that something to watch out for, though, is the potential negative social and economic impact legalization could have for people who don't want to be around it. Take a listen.
Have to be very careful about making sure that where it may be legalized and it's being used, is it impacting communities economically and socially, where people say, I don't want to be in that area anymore. I don't want to shop in that area anymore. I've got kids with me. I wanted to go out and go to an event, and I'm smelling marijuana all over the place.
Now, if voters do vote in favor of this in November, as predicted, people 21 and older will legally be able to possess 1.5 ounces come July. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shen. In a city in crisis, another example of disturbing interaction between a driver and a squeegee kid.
Fox 45 News has been hearing several stories and seeing your video showing heated interactions with squeegee kids.
Now we are hearing a squeegee kid damaged another woman's car.
He said to me like a couple times, "Don't fucking test me, don't fucking test me, I will bust your window."
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost spoke with her. Coming up in about 15 minutes, she'll join us with the continued investigation into what the city is doing to keep drivers safe and when something will change.
Fox 45 News has heard many stories like that, drivers and many of them starting the same way.
And they offered to clean my window and I waved them off.
I rolled out my window saying, "No, thank you, have no cash."
I said, I don't want my windows done. I'm all right.
I said, "No, thank you." And he just kept doing it.
Now, there are laws in place to keep squeegee kids out of intersections. One law states a person can't stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another, though, statute targets aggressive soliciting, defined by actions like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Enforcement of those laws has been limited.
5:05 new this hour. Now, Hurricane Ian is headed toward the Florida area.
That's right. Taylor Stewart is live in our live center right now this morning with the latest track on Ian. Taylor.
Yeah, guys, let's go ahead and look at our Weather Authority HD radar. You can see it creating quite an eye of a storm as it heads off towards the west coast of Florida. Now, here are the updated watches and warnings for you. Cuba and Grand Cayman are under a hurricane warning, but the Florida Keys, they are still under a tropical storm warning. That includes Key West. We also have a tropical storm watch posted for southwest Florida, including Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Naples. We're also likely to see those extended up further the coast this morning as it continues to move. Now, in Florida, sandbagging already underway this morning in areas prone to flooding. And in some parts of the state, they're seeing lines for gas as millions begin to stockpile for this hurricane. Now, Governor DeSantis is saying the state is ready.
We have activated the Florida National Guard. They are activating 2,500 guardsmen at the moment, and if there is a need for more, then we could do more, and our state EOC is at a level 1.
Now, level 1 is the highest alert level in the state. That is the latest in the Live Center. We'll track this for you all morning here. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Stay right here with Fox 45 because Megan Gillen will be going to Pensacola, Florida to cover this storm. You can follow along both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
This year's Super Bowl halftime show will shine bright like a diamond. The iconic superstar is set to take the stage.
Temperatures are not too bad right now. We'll track what we can expect later this week and if Ian will have any impacts on us by the weekend. All of that coming up in just a few. 5:10 is your time right now. You know, last week I was talking about the duvet cast and, yeah, pulled that thing out of the closet over the weekend, had the nice big blanket there. Probably need that here this morning. Temperatures are in the 50s. They're not bad, but we're definitely feeling that fall air and that fall chill that's in the air. Now, we're going to warm up today. Numbers will get back to the mid to upper 70s as we take you later into the afternoon under partly cloudy skies. We'll take a closer look at how our numbers are going to shape up for the rest of this week coming up in just a few. Patrice?
5:10 and topping your entertainment news, don't stop the music because Rihanna has confirmed that she will be headlining the 2023 Super Bowl halftime show.
Now the NFL tweeting the big news, calling the singer a once-in-a-generation artist. That happened just yesterday. A Super Bowl will be held at the State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, February 12th. And you can watch it right here on Fox 45. The game normally draws one of the biggest single TV audiences of the year.
Well, another violent encounter with the Squeegee kid coming to light. Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders.
Cooler temperatures making a return to Maryland. How much you can expect to dish out for your heat at home.
.513, turning now to a city in crisis and an ongoing issue on city streets. Violent encounters with Squeegee kids.
Mackenzie Frost is joining us this morning with the latest incident and how this trend continues to impact residents.
Rain keeping Squeegee kids off the corner of Mount Royal and North Avenues right now. But a few weeks ago,
it was on September 10th of this year.
This driver, who isn't sharing her name or face with the public, says she came face to face with one of Baltimore's latest problems.
He just walked up to my car, even though I said no, and he started spraying the car and all that stuff. He was just like talking, like screaming something that I couldn't really understand. The moment I hit my gas, he hit the car with his squeegee thing. The guy just tried to physically assault my husband. He's like, you want to fight? You want to fight?
According to this Baltimore police report, the incident resulted in a couple $100 in damage to the car. The driver says she called the police in the past for squeegee problems, but this time, police were able to locate the 19-year-old suspect, and now charges are filed.
All the other situations, there was nothing ever done about it. And this time I was just at that breaking point where it's like, you can't keep coming up to people's vehicles. It's a very scary experience that we've been having recently.
She's not alone. There have been several documented violent incidents between motorists and squeegee kids this year alone. According to Baltimore police, there have been 485 squeegee-related calls for service from July 1st through July 12th. BPD unable to tell us where exactly those calls came from or what time.
They're literally everywhere.
Up and down President Street, Light and Conway.
It doesn't matter which route I take, they're somewhere.
Tensions continue to rise. And this summer, blood running in the streets when Timothy Reynolds was killed. A 15-year-old squeegee kid charged in his death. Meantime, armed security guards were hired for a pilot program that's come and gone. BPD utilizing hundreds of hours of overtime to have officers sit on known squeegee corners. The mayor says the current laws in the books prohibiting this activity cannot be enforced. He says squeegeeing is considered panhandling, and that is protected speech. Now, Mayor Brandon Scott is focusing on a squeegee collaborative approach while the city waits for solutions to emerge.
The squeegee collaboration, when can we expect to see the final report or recommendations for that?
So, I said that it'll come in the fall.
Mayor Scott on the radio says there isn't much that can be done about some of the youngest squeegee kids.
You can't give a citation to a minor. That is not allowed. You would have to find that person's parent.
But that's not what former prosecutor, now defense attorney, Jeremy Eldridge says.
The mayor could definitely decide that juveniles should be cited. If a juvenile is over the age of 13 and not yet 18, they fall within a space under the law where citations can be issued for a variety of offenses.
Eldridge says while presumptive state's attorney Ivan Bates has said he doesn't think it's safe for squeegee kids to be out there right now, the decision rests with the mayor.
He can't do it unless the police department actually issues citations. If the police department does not want to issue citations at the order of the mayor, then it doesn't matter what the state's attorney wants to do because 2 + 2 won't equal 4.
But drivers like this woman say they want something done.
I know that they say it's an impossible thing to kind of take them off the streets, but I believe that that's what they need to do. And it puts me in fear because it's like I don't feel safe going outside. We don't go out at night.
Before another violent incident in a corner grips the city. The mayor's office says recommendations from the Squeegee Collaborative could be produced in the first couple of weeks in October. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Well, it's coming up on 5:18. We want to get over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, to see how this new week is starting off. Cool to me.
Well, and Patrice, Tom, you told me, Patrice did at least, that you had the heater on this morning.
I turned on the heater in the car.
I thought it was warmer this morning driving in.
No, I turned on the heater, I turned on the bun warmers.
I had the windows down. I loved it. I loved that fresh air coming in, and I was feeling
it was foggy and misty, but yeah, it was warmer.
It was all because of that leftover storm that we had yesterday, guys, that rolled through, that cold front that was making its way through, and that's why we had some of those temperatures that were a little more on the milder side. In fact, we actually hit 80 degrees yesterday. This is what it looks like right now on our HD radar. That's the cold front that is now to the east of us. So back behind that, we're going to see that wind pick up today, and then we'll start to realize the cooler temperatures by the time we get into tomorrow. So here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids get back to school this morning and ready to go. I'd definitely put at least a light jacket on them with numbers in the upper 50s through 7 a.m. Mid-70s, though, by noontime, and upper 70s when you pick them up this afternoon. So overall, kind of a mild afternoon under partly cloudy skies. May see at least a 1-club win for you golfers out there today with numbers in the mid-60s by 9 and into the 70s through the noon hour, into the mid to upper 70s for a lot of you later today. Let's check the temperatures in your neighborhoods. 71 in Westminster and Eldersburg and Carroll County there, over to 72 in Eldersburg, actually. 71 the Hereford zone, with mid-70s for Towson, over to Perry Hall and White Marsh, down into Dundalk later this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're going to see those numbers in the mid to upper 70s. The farther south you go, a little warmer is what we'll see. Glen Burnie and Pasadena down through Annapolis in those mid to upper 70s as well. Even the Eastern Shore will see those mid to upper 70s for Chestertown over to Centerville. Easton at 78 for you this afternoon. All right, let's take a look at what's going on with our future scan. So Notice we try to have a couple of little green blobs working through there. That's mainly going to just be a few of those upper level showers, not really seeing that here on the ground. But we'll see those clouds that will hang around through the afternoon today. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies as well, a bit breezy still. But by Wednesday and Thursday, more of a northerly flow, and that's going to bring in the cooler temperatures later this week. Let's talk about, well, I'll have to update this graphic. I apologize. It's now Hurricane Ian with 75-mile-an-hour winds, wind gusts at 90 miles an hour by early tomorrow morning right there on the west coast of Cuba up into the 120-mile-an-hour range, possibly toward a Category 4 storm as it gets in the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico here through early Wednesday morning. Then it's making its way toward Tampa, should make landfall somewhere north of Tampa by the time we get into early Friday morning, possibly as a Category 2 storm before it tracks up into the southeast. And eventually by next weekend, or this upcoming weekend, I should say, we will see some of those showers, at least the remnants from Ian in our neighborhoods. So 74 tomorrow, lower 70s into Wednesday and Thursday. And as we head toward the weekend, we will see more of those clouds rolling in. Again, some of the impact from that storm should be a little bit rainy for that game on Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. Patrice?
Oh, that won't be good. But hey, as long as we get a win, it's all right. Looking at our traffic now at this early hour on the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, there is construction on 695 that's causing some stop and go traffic on the outer loop, and 83 merging on to 695. So just be mindful of that if you head that way. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find single tracking out there between Cold Spring and Lutherville. That's due to maintenance ongoing, and you should allow extra time for travel because you will find a delay here and there in your travels on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link looking good. No delays or issues between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Mark train with 2 cancellations. Trains 840 and 841 are canceled. That's due to freight train congestion related to CSX. Better bet might be the Penn line to avoid those cancellations this morning. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A rough week for Mayor Brandon Scott as problems continue to pile up. How he is handling the growing demand for answers.
Marylanders will have a say in the future of recreational marijuana use. Still ahead this morning, how people on both sides are slated to vote in November. 522 is your time.
5:25 and looking ahead this morning, Saturday is the 1st of October, which is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. One California woman is running for the cause, pledging to run a road race in all 50 states.
Medical reporter Barbara Morse spoke with her as she prepares for her 46th stop.
I was quite shocked. I just had a baby. Actually, my son was 6 months old. I was misdiagnosed. I was told that I just had an infected lymph node because I had had mastitis when I was nursing him. I was, 33, and women my age weren't supposed to get breast cancer. So I had to fight to get a mammogram, which led to a biopsy, which led to the diagnosis.
Breast cancer, the two words that forever changed Judy Pickett's life. Between 1997 and 2001, she fought cancer 3 times. She also embarked on something else, running for a cause.
In 1998, I ran my first race in Sacramento called the Race for the Cure.
After more than 100 road races, she set another goal to run a 5K in all 50 states.
They're all benefiting breast cancer, every one of them. So I just basically go online and look at my states, and that's how I found the Gloria Gemma.
The Gloria Gemma Breast Cancer Foundation in Rhode Island offers programs and support. They also sponsor an annual wellness event, Waterfire in 5K. Judy reached out.
We got her email, and I was like, oh, we have to talk to this woman because it's a great story.
A story that Carol Donnelly with Gemma could relate to.
I was 36 the first time and 41 the second time, so just a little bit older than Judy, and I'm 22 years out from my first diagnosis.
Carol makes it her mission through the foundation to reach others battling breast cancer. Judy's mission on a national level
is to educate. I wasn't supposed to get breast cancer at that age, I was too young, but that's not the message. Anybody can get it.
After Rhode Island, Judy is setting her sights on races in West Virginia, Alabama, and Arkansas. I'm medical reporter Barbara Morse.
Legalizing the recreational use of marijuana will be on your ballot in November, and polls show voters will pass it. Coming up, how people on both sides are responding.
Utility bills are on the rise, especially as we head into the colder months. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have some tips to help you lower your costs. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and another cool, crisp start to your morning. A little bit of fog also will greet you out there after all that rain we had yesterday.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here getting us kicked off for this new week.
Yeah, exactly right. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. We did have a weather alert day yesterday afternoon for some of those storms, but things are a lot calmer right now, at least here at home. You can see that thing over my shoulder. That is now Hurricane Ian, which we will continue to talk about throughout the morning. Let's go outside, though, right now. Beautiful shot here over the city here. We're still about an hour plus away from the sun coming up. Numbers are in the mid-50s for Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 58 in Bel Air and Towson, 60 in Brooklyn Park, 59 your temp in Woodlawn this hour. So upper 50s and lower 60s as we take you into that 6, 7, 8 o'clock hour on your morning drive. Windows down or maybe the heater on this morning, depending on how you like that commute. So we'll hit a high of 77 today, and actually our temperatures will start going down tomorrow and Wednesday. So a cooler week ahead for the first full week of autumn. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Voters will have their chance to weigh in on the future of recreational marijuana use in Maryland.
Yeah, a recent Goucher poll shows 62% of voters say if voters do decide to legalize recreational marijuana, the state should then expunge the records of those charged with or convicted of marijuana use and/or possession. 29% say the state should not.
Well, the poll also shows that the majority of Marylanders do plan to vote in favor of legalizing recreational uses of marijuana come November.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio with a look at the question that will be on your ballot and how people on both sides are responding. Shannon.
It's certainly a polarizing issue, Tom, but more and more Marylanders seem to indicate they will vote in favor. Now, here's a look at the question on the referendum that you'll be voting on here in the state. It asks if cannabis should be legalized for people 21 and older on or after this coming July. State lawmakers also approved complementary legislation which specifies that if passed, you could legally possess up to 1.5 ounces by that date. But Paul Armentano, deputy director for the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, believes at this point lawmakers should be taking this a step further.
The ballot referendum that Marylanders will be deciding on is simply a question that asks voters if they want lawmakers to legalize marijuana in Maryland. It doesn't bring a legal adult use regulated market to Maryland anytime soon. It simply throws the question once again back in the hands of lawmakers who are going to have to go back to Annapolis and hash out the details of what a legal regulated adult use market in Maryland will look like. That process will probably take many months, if not many years.
Meanwhile, Luke Neferato's CEO of the political action group Protect Our Kids is fighting against legalization and more specifically, the establishment of a profit-driven marijuana industry. He sent this statement saying in part, quote, "There's a false dichotomy between legalizing marijuana and criminalizing its use. Polls often only ask about these two extremes, omitting real-world policy alternatives like decriminalization and legalizing only medical marijuana." He then points to a recent state and national Emerson College poll that indicates when given the option, a majority of voters reject the full legalization of marijuana and instead vote in favor of more measured approaches to the issue. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Turning now to a consumer alert this morning. With fall temperatures here, Americans are bracing for higher home heating bills.
Yeah, and families are expected to pay an average of, get this, 17% more for heat this coming season compared with last winter. Those who heat with natural gas facing the highest increase of more than 34% this season.
Well, electric heat is expected to see a 7% increase.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with some tips on how to lower your bills. Olivia.
Well, if you aren't already feeling the impacts of inflation on your utility bills, then there's no doubt that you will come winter. But the good news is there's ways to lower your costs. I spoke with an economics professor at Towson University who says that most Marylanders get their heating from natural gas. The war in Ukraine has put pressure on gas prices, and U.S. production hasn't kept up, leading to an increase on our utility bills.
I suspect they've got up somewhere between 25 to 40% increases month over month.
I imagine that this year's winter bill, barring a mild winter, will probably be a bit more expensive than people really were anticipating, and will eat into their budget. So it's gonna be a challenge.
Experts suggest that this winter will probably be the most severe price increase we could see, but Michael Holcomb, owner of Complete Climate Services Heating and Air Conditioning, says there's ways you can save money every month.
Your filter needs changed every 3 months, and if you have a pet, it needs changed once a month. By changing your filter alone, you can save 5 to 10% on your energy bills and a significant amount of money in repairs.
Beyond just changing or cleaning your filter, it's important to make sure your house is insulated and that no warm or cold air is leaking out through windows or doors. And something that you can do instantly is turning your thermostat up higher when using air conditioning or down a few degrees when using the heat.
Sweet spot is whatever you can tolerate, essentially. The difference between the heating and the cooling season is in the wintertime you can always put on an extra layer. So if you really want to save, set your thermostat to 65 or even 60 degrees, and that's going to feel warm compared to 55 outside.
And even though prices will likely get worse before they get better, if you start incorporating these tips immediately, you could save hundreds of dollars a year. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Vice President Kamala Harris touches down in Japan this morning as she begins her tour of Asia.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with the plans for today. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. We're taking a live look now over Tokyo this morning, where the vice president has just landed. She's beginning her tour of Asia, meeting with the Japanese prime minister first to discuss the strength of the U.S.-Japan alliance. Now, this is video of her arriving this morning. Later in the week, Vice President Harris will go to South Korea to meet with the president. Now, this comes as tensions remain high in Asia. Just before the vice president's trip, North Korea fired a short-range ballistic missile towards its eastern seas. South Korean military leaders say the missile flew more than 350 miles before landing off the eastern coast of North Korea. This marks the start of a new joint military drill between South Korea and the U.S. for the first time in 5 years. The U.S. sent an aircraft carrier to South Korea, marking its commitment to the country amid North Korea's nuclear threats. We will continue to monitor these meetings throughout the week for you. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Another story coming to light involving violent squeegee kids. The questions Fox 45 is asking your city leaders on their plans to keep you safe.
Plus, a cooler and dry week ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance of rain. 5:38 is the time.
5:41 is your time right now. We're 19 in front of 6 o'clock. Open in the live window over the Inner Harbor. Looking good this morning. And temperatures that are not too bad. Upper 50s and lower 60s. We have those on the right side of your screen as well. And as we take a look at your out the door cast, make sure to have maybe a light jacket here this morning and definitely sunglasses for the sun later this afternoon. We'll break this down a bit further for you coming up in a few. Patrice?
5:41 and making headlines this morning, a unique aviation festival in Baltimore County where anyone can fly a plane, pilot or not. It is the annual Charm City Fly-In, a celebration of radio-controlled flying in Maryland. The Southwest Area Park modelers hosted the festival to share their passion for model planes.
We all get together, we're all from different backgrounds, but we share a common passion for model aviation.
Organizers encourage everyone to give model aviation a try. They say they can help set you up with the teacher at any time. You can find more information on the Southwest Area Park modelers and how to get involved on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Ravens Nation celebrating this morning as week 3 comes up with a victory. Coming up after the break, the reaction from fans. Plus, Florida is bracing for impact as Hurricane Ivan hurtles toward the state. We continue to track the storm all morning long, and it is week 2. I'm a week ahead. 5:42 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
An amazing performance in the fourth quarter for the Ravens, exactly 1 week after they lost, basically in the fourth quarter, to Miami.
The Ravens left Foxborough winners 37-26 over New England.
Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, another MVP-type performance with 5 touchdowns. Now, Ravens defense came away with 4 turnovers, 3 of those late in the fourth quarter. The Ravens are now back in the win column.
He is just awesome. They need to pay that man. It was a good day to be a Ravens fan. Many people sending in photos showing their purple pride. Drew sent us this photo of Ravens fans Kalani and Kalea. Cute. Marissa sent us this picture of Isabella showing off her purple pride. We're raising them young. And then Tiffany sent this picture of Adrian getting ready to watch the big game, supporting his favorite players in his jersey. Very cute. And then look at this. Marissa sent us this picture of the Lee family rocking their Ravens gear. I love all these young fans. So cute, right, Tom?
Oh, yeah, very cute. And there's still a lot more comments coming right here on this board here. Let's show you this. Slim Shady saying, hey, fellow Ravens, how awesome is it going to be to see Rihanna perform at halftime on our game in February? Going to be lit on fire to see her live at Ravens win. And you see Lamar shaking off his shoulders there, the opposite after the game. A few moments later. After the game there, yeah, I know, new quarterback right there was a little upset. Hurt his leg. People are arguing, saying, well, he may have hurt his leg when he threw the pick, but then he was hobbling it on the one leg, and then he started hobbling on the other leg.
Trying to dance on us when when he went in the end zone.
It was not good. But the other story, though, right here, kicking like a goat, a Justin Tucker story. So you saw that, right? But he did miss an extra point, which was a shock yesterday.
I was in another room, and I heard my husband yell.
Right.
He's like, Justin Tucker missed. And I was like, no, that doesn't happen.
I mean, that was the biggest story, right? Justin, yesterday, when you saw him hit the upright, again, that's like the third week in a row you've seen people hit the left upright, bong, coming off these kickers, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute, that was Justin Tucker. Let's pause for a second.
You think he's Mr. Automatic, right? Automat Tuck.
He is.
I know.
Totally.
You got to get him. He's human, man. Come on, give him a break.
I don't think he is.
So
opera singer. I mean,
we love that guy.
A lot of good stuff. Well, yeah, and we've got the Super Bowl right here on Fox 45 in February. So how cool it would be if the Ravens were in the Super Bowl. But they're right there, right behind Cleveland for the AFC North lead, both at 2-1. A lot of crazy games yesterday for sure. And the Ravens back at home coming up this Sunday. They're fourth in a row against the AFC East as the Bills will be in town Sunday afternoon. Now, probably a little bit rainy out there on Sunday, but we'll take a closer look at that in your 7-day in a moment. 58 is your temp right now at BWI. A little westerly wind at about 6 to 10 miles an hour at this time. And here's what's going on our HD radar. You can see that's the cold front that has passed through the area, and that's what helped to spawn some of those storms yesterday afternoon and evening. But definitely drier conditions back behind that. Kids getting out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, maybe a light jacket as they're heading out with numbers in the mid to upper 50s this morning. Back to the 70s through noontime and recess, and when you pick them up this afternoon, we're looking at highs in the mid to upper 70s. And check out some of these numbers. 76 is typically where we are for this time of year. Most of us will be in those low to mid and even upper 70s for areas in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley down through Baltimore, all the way out toward the eastern shore, even Easton at 78 today. The farther south you go, 82 in Richmond, while it's going to be a little cooler in Harrisburg at 72, 76 in Philly this afternoon. Here's a look at our HD radar future scan. So a couple of clouds that'll be hanging around later today for the most part. We'll get more of a westerly wind that will pick up not only today, but into tomorrow as well. So breezy conditions for the next few days, but temperatures will start to cool down as we head later into the week. You can see right there in our future scan, those blue lines indicating that northerly wind that will be coming in into Wednesday and Thursday, and that will help to cool us down. We're continuing to track Hurricane Ian, currently a Category 1 storm, 75-mile-an-hour winds with 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This storm is going to rapidly intensify in the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Could see 140-mile-an-hour winds, which will put it at a major hurricane as a Cat 4, more than likely as it heads toward the Big Bend of Florida into late Thursday and early Friday morning, right off the coast of Tampa. Again, you have to watch the wind speeds as well, but the storm surge, and just because it doesn't make a direct hit at Tampa, it is going to impact a lot of folks on the west coast of Florida, continuing to track up toward the north, toward Georgia by the weekend. And actually, we could see some of those rain showers by the time we get into our Saturday and Sunday, which is what I was talking about. Maybe a little wet at the Ravens game Sunday afternoon. So upper 70s for today, low to mid 70s into Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Overnight lows into the 50s. And again, we're tracking some of those scattered showers as we head into the first weekend of October. over. Let's check in with our mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on Light Rail Link, expect single tracking out there between West Cold Spring and Lutherville stations, and that's related to maintenance. It will cause a delay for you, so allow extra time for travel on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link up and running on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. On the MARC train system, Penn Train 407 operating with about a 5-minute delay, and Camden Train 840 canceled this morning due to freight train congestion. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Rough week for Mayor Brandon Scott as problems continue to pile up. How he is handling the growing demand for answers.
I'm Christine Frizzell with a closer look at crime, why Republicans see it as a winning campaign message.
.554, we have some breaking news coming out of Russia where authorities say a gunman has opened fire in a school. 13 are dead, including 7 children. 20 others are injured. The unidentified shooter got into the school located at the region's capital, killed 2 guards, staff, and then children. Local police say he then shot himself. The school has been evacuated and the area around it has been fenced off. No details about the gunman or his motives have been released.
Topping your international news, a right-wing alliance led by Giorgia Meloni and her Brothers of Italy party appear on track to win a majority in the next parliament.
Yeah, Meloni, a 45-year-old mother from Rome, will likely become the country's first female prime minister and the most far-right Italian head of government since Benito Mussolini. She posted this photo claiming victory on social media. Now, official results are still pending, but Italy's Democratic Party has already conceded. Italy is in the midst of a deepening political and economic crisis. The snap election was triggered after Prime Minister Mario Draghi resigned in July after he failed to unite the government behind his economic policies.
In Germany, the country has secured more gas shipments from the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has wrapped up a two-day visit to the Gulf focused on increasing fossil fuel supplies and forging alliances against Russia. Germany has been trying to wean itself off of imports from Russia after its invasion of Ukraine.
Scholz signed a new accord with the president of the UAE on energy cooperation. The German utility RWE announced yesterday that it will receive its first shipment from the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company later this year. Making headlines this morning, police are looking for the man responsible for shooting two 15-year-olds and one adult at an amusement park near Pittsburgh. It happened Saturday night at Kennywood in the city of West Mifflin. They were all treated at hospitals and are all expected to be okay. According to reports, an argument between two groups of teens led to the shootings.
As we get closer to the midterm elections, each political party is defining its goals, focus, and what it will fight for.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell examines how crime may be near the top of the list for voters when they head to the polls in November.
It's an epidemic that makes it hard for residents to feel safe, for business owners to want to open shop, and one Republicans plan to seize on in the coming weeks with their, quote, commitment to America.
We got crime problems from Portland to Philadelphia now, with DAs and prosecutors that look the other way.
The pledge to fight crime comes as the homicide rate in America is going down, but other crimes are going up, some pointing to inflation as a prime reason. For example, residential and non-residential burglaries both up, with robberies up a shocking 19% in the first half of this year, after falling or plateauing the previous 2 years. Republicans also weighing these numbers from a brand new Washington Post ABC News poll that Republicans hold a 22-point advantage on the question of which party is more trusted to do a better job handling crime. Now releasing ads like this in the battleground state of Wisconsin.
Mandela Barnes supports no cash bail that puts criminals like Darrell Brooks back on the streets. He's more worried about criminals than victims.
People don't even feel safe in their own neighborhoods, Maria. And Democrats have gotten us here.
It's a message many Democrats call hypocritical, with most Republicans opposed to banning assault weapons, despite school shootings like the one in Uvalde, Texas, and growing calls from GOP lawmakers to defund America's chief law enforcement agency, the FBI, and for their response to the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol.
You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection. You can't claim to be a party of law and order and call the people who attacked the police on January 6th patriots. That's what they're called.
Democrats, meanwhile, are hoping that the improving economy, including falling gas prices, plus the recent Supreme Court decision on abortion, will bolster their argument that who you vote for matters. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Baltimore County Police responding to an overnight stabbing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what we know so far, plus hear how county leaders are reacting to crime.
Recreational uses of marijuana could soon become legal in the state. Coming up, how experts predict that change could affect you.
And we've had E. coli problem, we've had the Safe Streets reorganization problem, we've had the health problems, we've had the rats.
Baltimore City leadership facing a slew of problems. How the transparency of the city's crime intervention program, Safe Streets, plays a part.
Walking into the brand new week with temperatures that are mainly in the 50s. We'll tell you how those numbers shape up as we head toward the upcoming weekend on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, September 26th. It's last Monday in September. I'm Patrice Sanders. Woo.
It is, yeah. And you started seeing more decorations this weekend coming up with fall. I was like, wow, it's here.
Yes, it is. I meant to get out my fall decorations. Right. I didn't have time this weekend, but they're coming. They're coming.
I had time. I just decided not to. Yeah. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast for us.
I've seen a few of those pumpkins around,
I know.
guys. Yeah, we've got a few of the decorations, especially right here in Hamden. Some really great ones when I drive into work in the morning. Already kind of the big spooky things.
But my mom's would have frozen.
Oh, come on. We didn't have a frost. We are seeing temperatures that are chilly right now. Good morning to all of you. Looking out over the stadiums. I know the O's didn't get the win yesterday, but they're only 4 games back, guys, and they've got about a week and a half left of baseball to go. And, of course, M&T Bank Stadium will be fired up this upcoming Sunday as the Ravens will be back home. Upper 50s, Cumberland and Hagerstown right now. We're at 54 in Frederick, 60 in Baltimore City, 61 your temp in Annapolis. So a cool fall morning leading to a breezy and windy afternoon. Temperature staying near average for this time of year. Your morning drive may need the heater on, upper 50s and lower 60s over the next couple of hours as you get out and about. And we should top out in those low to mid and even some upper 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast, including the very latest on what is now Hurricane Ian. We'll give you the update on that in just a few.
All right, 6:01 now, and new this morning, we are hearing about a possible stabbing in Baltimore County.
Yeah, Olivia Dance is joining us live now from Cockeysville this morning with what we are learning. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, this is still an ongoing investigation, but what we know right now is that Baltimore County Police received a call just before 7:30 last night with reports of a stabbing right here on Lord Byron Lane. And when they arrived, they found 2 victims who were suffering from stab wounds. Those victims were transported by ambulance to a local hospital where they received treatment. We're still working to find out the ages of the victims now, but again, this is still an ongoing investigation, and police say they will have more details at a later time, and we'll bring you those details once we have them. Back to you.
Yeah, Olivia, just recently, Baltimore County Police Union claimed crime is on the rise. So what did they have to say about the county's leadership?
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. We know that in August, the president of the Baltimore County Police Union slammed county leaders for their response to crime. Take a listen.
The people have a right to know, and they bury these carjacking numbers. They bury the shooting number. Leadership is failing. I think they're failing to be transparent. They're failing to be accountable, and they're failing to come up with a plan to stop the bleed here.
Now, at the time, a spokesperson for the county executive said that crime is not rising, so we'll just have to wait and see how county leaders respond to this most recent incident. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. A referendum on whether to legalize recreational marijuana for individuals 21 and older will be on the ballot this November.
And according to a recent Goucher College poll, voters are likely to vote to legalize recreational use of marijuana in Maryland.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with how that could impact our state. Shannon.
Well, if legalized, Tom, this could lead to a big uptick in tax revenue, and that's a major reason political analyst John Deedy thinks many people are supporting it. In fact, according to the most recent Goucher College poll right here, 59% of Maryland residents indicate they will vote in favor of legalizing recreational marijuana on the November ballot, and that's while 34% right here you can see say they'll vote against it. 7% are still undecided. That is in line with trends we've seen over the last decade.
Last year, Colorado took in $420 million in tax revenue. Legislators need money, and increasing taxes is never popular. But finding ways of creating tax revenue with sin taxes is always popular. And I think the poll really showed that people want to do something like this.
Deedy says something to watch for, though, is the potential negative social and economic impact legalization could have for people who just don't want to be around it. Take a listen.
Have to be very careful about making sure that where it may be legalized and it's being used, is it impacting communities economically and socially where people say, I don't want to be in that area anymore. I don't want to shop in that area anymore. I've got kids with me. I wanted to go out and go to an event and I'm smelling marijuana all over the place.
Now, if voters do vote in favor of this in November, as predicted, people 21 and older will legally be able to possess 1.5 ounces come July. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice.
6:04 now. This morning, Tropical Storm Ian is now Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with the latest on this storm. Taylor.
That's right, and it is on the move. This is a live look of our Weather Authority HD radar, and you can see Hurricane Ian is moving past Cuba and the Cayman Islands, and it's headed to the west coast of Florida. Here are the updated watches and warnings for you. Cuba and Grand Cayman Island under that hurricane warning. The lower Florida Keys under a tropical storm warning. Now, that also includes Key West. We also have a tropical storm watch posted for southwest Florida including Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Naples, all likely to see those floods and the impacts of this storm. Now, as it continues up the coast, we're expecting more storm warnings, but folks are already getting prepared. This is here in Florida, sandbagging already taking place in lines, stacking up in grocery stores for food, perishables, as well as toilet paper. Governor Ron DeSantis saying the state is ready.
We have activated the Florida National Guard. They are activating 2,500 guardsmen at the moment, and if there is a need for more, then we could do more, and our state EOC is at a level 1.
Now, mind you, level 1 is the highest alert level in the state. We'll keep our eye on this system as it continues north. That's the latest here in the Live Center. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Taylor. 6:06 now in a city in crisis. Johns Hopkins University will be holding 2 more of those public safety town halls this week to talk about the new campus police department.
That first town hall last week was forced online after protesters created chaos. Now, supporters say the new campus police department is needed as the Baltimore Police Department sees a staffing shortage and crime at the university's 3 campuses rises, especially at its East Baltimore campus.
Baltimore Police Department is skeptical, though, saying its officers would still have to assist in investigating crime that happens on campus. Fox 45 News questioned Mayor Brandon Scott about whether he will sign off on the plan or block it. He didn't directly answer our question.
I think that we've seen these protests happen the entire time, and really it's up to Hopkins to understand what their entire community wants and make a decision on whether they want to move forward or not. But what I will say is that when you think about universities around the city, including Coppin and Morgan, they have police forces. We know that University of Baltimore has a police force, UMD. Most colleges do have that.
Now, this week's town halls are scheduled for Thursday and Friday, and you can find more information right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Celebration continues as week 3 comes with a victory for the Ravens. If you missed the game, after the break, we'll have a recap of the impressive win.
Yep, Victory Monday starting off with temperatures in the 50s and a few lower 60s out there as well. Breaking down what we can expect the rest of the week and tracking Ian. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. 6:10 is your time right now on your Monday morning, our first Monday of fall. Had my first pumpkin spice latte on Friday. Wasn't good. What? Yeah, wasn't good.
What?
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
So we're never going to hear about them anymore?
Probably not.
Okay.
I have something else for you. I'm going to post it to your page and see if you'd prefer that.
All right, thank you. I would appreciate that. Nice morning glow this morning as you get out the door. Maybe a light jacket, get that cup of coffee brewing, or sunglasses for sure, as we'll see some partly cloudy skies later into the afternoon. And overall, if you want to get that run or that jog in the next few hours, 50s and 60s, so maybe a long sleeve top or bottom for sure. Another look at that full forecast coming up in just a few. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. An amazing performance in the fourth quarter for the Ravens, exactly 1 week after they lost in the fourth to Miami.
All right. The Ravens left Foxborough, though, winners 37-26 over New England.
Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, another MVP-type performance with 5 touchdowns on the day.
He's just amazing. The Ravens defense came away with 4 turnovers, 3 of those late in the fourth quarter. The Ravens are now back in the win column.
Now, make sure you show us your purple pride. In fact, you can submit your pictures and videos to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can use your FOX45 mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then chime in.
After the break, a look at what's new and coming to you on Fox this week in primetime.
And Ian is on the move. People in Florida making sure they are ready. Just ahead, the latest prediction on just how strong this hurricane could get. 6:12 is the time.
Fiona leaving behind widespread destruction in parts of eastern Canada over the weekend.
It just kept leaning and leaning until it finally came down.
Yeah, hundreds and thousands were without power after the storm slammed into the coast, carrying hurricane-force winds and torrential rainfall. Conditions collapsing homes, toppling trees all across the region. Nova Scotia authorities declaring a state of emergency due to too many roads being undrivable.
Now in Puerto Rico, officials are still trying to assess the damage. A week after that storm made landfall, thousands remain without electricity. Gas stations and other businesses have had to temporarily shut down due to a lack of fuel for generators.
Once the power goes out, the water goes out. So we still hopefully days away from recovery, but it could be longer than that.
Now, the National Guard says it will first send fuel to hospitals and other infrastructure.
All right, well, from Fiona to now Ian, Florida is under a state of emergency ahead of Hurricane Ian.
And evacuations could start this morning. The storm is predicted to become a Category 4 hurricane before weakening. It's expected to hit Florida along the Gulf Coast later this week. Residents spending the day getting prepared, many flocking to stores, stocking up on generators, canned food, water, and gas.
Even if you're not necessarily right in the eye of the path of the storm, there's going to be pretty broad impacts throughout the state. You're going to have wind, you're going to have water, there could be flooding on the east coast of Florida.
I encourage those that are not to always take a storm serious, because you can never estimate where that storm might turn, and we need to be prepared.
It is still not clear exactly where Ian will make landfall.
And for the latest on the storm's path and when we could feel the impact possibly here in our area, we want to head over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice, Tom. Good morning to all of you as well. Just a few, I'd say about an hour ago, a little bit over an hour ago, right about 5 o'clock, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Ian, 75-mile-an-hour winds. You can see it right there. That is in areas just south of Cuba in the Caribbean. Now, it's going to be making a run toward the west coast of Cuba by the time we get into early tomorrow morning, possibly as a Category 2. And that's the strengthening that we talked about with those numbers into a Cat 4 storm with 140-mile-an-hour winds off the coast of Florida by early Wednesday morning. Want to stop it right here. This is Tampa early Thursday morning. Still a Category 3 storm. Now, notice the eye of the storm not making landfall in Tampa, but it's that storm surge coming right up into Tampa Bay and all of the areas there affected there on the west coast of Florida, then making a run toward the Big Bend, making landfall. So don't think about where the landfall is or the number of the storm. It's the storm surge and all of the wind and rain that's going to affect most of the west half of Florida and the Florida Gulf Coast here, especially as we head into the upcoming weekend. Then it's going to track up toward Georgia by early Saturday morning. And yeah, we could very well see some of the impacts here by the time we get into Saturday and Sunday. More than likely, it'll just be some rain and possibly some windy conditions, but nothing like the folks in Florida there are dealing with. And we'll continue to track that here throughout the morning in our Weather Authority Storm Center. Beautiful shot right now as we look out over the Inner Harbor. You can see that nice little morning glow from our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. And over the next 12 hours, our numbers eventually rising. So 50s and 60s will be replaced with 70s as we take you later into the afternoon, and mid to upper 70s at that through the 1 and 2 o'clock hour later today. 76 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us will be in the low to mid and even upper 70s for Baltimore City down through Annapolis into Stevensville, 74 Columbia, 75 in Laurel. Temps across the country, not too bad. Still kind of warm down in Dallas with 88 the high there today, 90 in New Orleans, 91 in Jacksonville, and folks in the upper Midwest dealing with cooler temperatures as well. Pilots, not a bad day to fly today. We're talking about VFR conditions, visual flight rules, and it will be breezy at times, so something you have to take into effect with that. Here's a look at our future scan. Couple of clouds hanging around for today. The wind stays with us tomorrow with more of the sunshine that'll stay here as well. And then as we get into Wednesday and Thursday, still breezy at times with the cooler air that is coming in. Actually, today will be one of the warmest days of the week before we actually start to see those cooler numbers heading toward the weekend. Just 5 weeks from today is Halloween. How about that? So yeah, go ahead and get the decorations up. 35 days from right now. We're 59 days out from Thanksgiving and Christmas in just 90 days from right now. All right, here's a look at our 7-day forecast. 77 today, 74 tomorrow, lower 70s into Wednesday and Thursday. So notice those cooler temperatures as we head toward the end of the week. And our first weekend of October will be a bit overcast, possibly a few showers into Saturday and Sunday. That means probably going to see at least some rain showers for that Ravens game on Sunday afternoon here at home. Back to you.
All right, Justin, and make sure you stay with Fox 45 News. Our Megan Gillen will be going to Florida to cover Hurricane Ian.
Now, you can follow along both on air and online as this develops right at foxbaltimore.com. Well, now we want to take a look at your lens solar traffic network here, and we are hearing about an overturned vehicle in the inner loop. This is right near Liberty Road. Taking a live look from the cameras at the area, not showing much of a slowdown there, so that's the good news there, but still we'll be following up to see if they cause any impact on your morning commute. Speaking of impacts, let's find out exactly what's going on with your mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 400 out there operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains look good as far as delays are concerned, but we've got a cancellation. It's train number 840 on the Camden line that's canceled along with train 841 due to freight train congestion. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find single tracking between the West Cold Spring and Lutherville stations, all related to ongoing maintenance. Allow time for travel there as you will take a delay on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link, a different story. No delays or issues. On-time service in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Today, the action of 9/11 resumes, as well as the cleaning lady. And then tomorrow, violence returns on The Resident, followed by concert preparation on Monarch.
Wednesday, roll the dice on more guesses with The Masked Singer, and then build it up with a special guest on Lego Masters. Thursday, season premiere night. Hell's Kitchen kicking off with the Battle of the Ages, 40-somethings versus 20-somethings. And then Welcome to Flatch and Calming Cat follow the cook-off. Your work week finishes with the WWE Friday Night SmackDown right on Fox Sports.
And don't stop the music, because Rihanna has confirmed that she's going to be headlining the 2023 Super Bowl halftime show. The NFL tweeted that big news, calling the singer a once-in-a-generation artist.
Now, the Super Bowl will be held at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, February 12th. The game normally draws one of the biggest single TV audiences in the U.S. of the year. Water restrictions continue as drought conditions worsen around the country. The best ways to save water after the break in this morning's Consumer Reports.
Legalizing the recreational use of marijuana will be on your ballot in November. Polls show voters will pass it. Coming up, how people on both sides are responding. It's 6:22. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
.25 on this Monday morning. From coast to coast, water restrictions are in place as drought conditions are worsening, affecting tens of millions. And that means cutting back on everything from watering your yard to washing your car. As Consumer Reports explains, there are a lot of other ways you can conserve water so your faucets don't run dry. Saving water doesn't need to be difficult. In fact, let's start outside. The EPA says outdoor watering accounts for almost 30% of household water use. Save water by letting your lawn grow longer to reduce evaporation, so you water less frequently. And think about replacing some grass with mulch, ground cover, or longer ornamental grasses that use far less water.
Instead of rinsing your driveway or deck, sweep it or use an electric leaf blower. And wash your car with a bucket of water instead of a running hose.
Nearly 20% of indoor residential water use flows from the shower. A standard shower head releases 2.5 gallons of water per minute. Consumer Reports says replacing it with a low-flow, WaterSense approved head uses 2 gallons per minute or less, and that can save you 2,700 gallons a year. Save even more by limiting showers to under 5 minutes. Turn off the water when shaving or brushing your teeth. In the kitchen, soak pots and pans instead of scrubbing them under running water. And keep a water filtering pitcher in your refrigerator to keep from running to the faucet for cold drinks. And you can save water in the laundry room.
If you have an HE washer, use a detergent for an HE machine. Regular detergents will create a lot of suds and will force an HE washer to use more water to get that soap out.
Household leaks account for more than 10,000 gallons of wasted water per year. Simply fixing the drips provides a huge impact. Now, Consumer Reports says to check your toilet for a leak, it's easy. Place a drop of food coloring in the tank. If any color shows up in the bowl, after about 10 minutes, it's leaking. Probably time to replace that flapper or the valve seal, and that's a pretty cheap fix. Staying dry with temperatures in the 70s today, meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at how those temperatures hold up for your first full week of fall.
Utility bills are on the rise, especially as we head into the colder months. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have some tips to help you lower your costs. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get a check of your forecast here. I mean, we had all that rain blowing through last night and then fog greeting us this morning.
We had rain last night? Oh, we did have rain.
Yeah.
Yes. It was pouring, as a matter of fact. I'm trying to bring it all back to my mind. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. That's right. I was having movie time with my daughter for National Daughters Day. We were watching The Incredibles.
Oh, okay, good. And then, of course, the Ravens game on our station yesterday afternoon.
Back and forth.
Yeah, good stuff. 80 degrees is what we hit yesterday before those storms rolled in, guys, and we are seeing temperatures that are cooler now. In fact, a really nice morning glow. Beautiful shot from our Towson camera right now. We'll see a lot of sunshine later today. Temperatures in the upper 50s and lower 60s right now for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville. Right at 60 in Baltimore City and 61 your temp in Annapolis. So a cool fall morning, breezy to windy conditions later this afternoon, and temperatures staying near average. Mr. Bo says we're good to go if you want to get that heater flow possibly this morning with 50s and 60s over the next couple of hours. We'll top out at 77 today. Today will be the warmest day of the week. Temperatures actually will get cooler as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll break this down a bit further for you. Coming up over on that big green wall in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Voters will have their chance to weigh in on the future of recreational marijuana use in Maryland.
Yeah, a recent Goucher poll shows 62% of voters say if voters do decide to legalize recreational marijuana, the state should then expunge the records of those charged with or convicted of marijuana use and or possession. 29% say the state should not.
Now, the poll also shows the majority of Marylanders plan to vote in favor of legalizing recreational uses of marijuana come November.
Shannon Lilly is joining us here in studio with a look at the question that will be on your ballot and how both sides are responding. Shannon.
Yeah, it's certainly a polarizing issue, Tom, but more and more Marylanders seem to indicate they will vote in favor. In fact, we want to pull up a look of the question on the referendum that you'll be voting on here in the state. It asks if cannabis should be legalized for people 21 and older on or after this coming July. State lawmakers also approved complementary legislation, which specifies that if passed, you could legally possess up to 1.5 ounces by that date. But Paul Armentano, deputy director for the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, believes at this point lawmakers should be taking this a step further, and he questions why they haven't acted sooner.
The ballot referendum that Marylanders will be deciding on is simply a question that asks voters if they want lawmakers to legalize marijuana in Maryland. It doesn't bring a legal adult use regulated market to Maryland anytime soon. It simply throws the question once again back in the hands of lawmakers who are going to have to go back to Annapolis and hash out the details of what a legal regulated adult use market in Maryland will look like. That process will probably take many months, if not many years.
Well, meanwhile, Luke Niforatos, CEO of the political action group Protect Our Kids, is fighting against legalization and more specifically, the establishment of a profit-driven marijuana industry. And he sent this statement saying in part, quote, "There's a false dichotomy between legalizing marijuana and criminalizing its use. Polls often only ask about these two extremes, omitting real-world policy alternatives like decriminalizing it and legalizing only medical marijuana." He then points to a recent state and national Emerson College poll that indicates when given the option, a majority of voters reject the full legalization of marijuana and instead favor more measured approaches to the issue. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:34 and turning now to a consumer alert this morning. With fall temperatures here, Americans are bracing for higher home heating bills.
In fact, families are expected to pay an average of 17% more for home heat this coming season compared to last winter. Those who heat with natural gas, they're facing the highest increase of more than 34% this season.
Electric heat is expected to see a 7% increase.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with some of the ways that we can lower our bills. Olivia?
Well, if you aren't already feeling the impacts of inflation on your utility bills, then there's no doubt that you will come winter. But the good news is there's ways to lower your costs. I spoke with an economics professor at Towson University who says that most Marylanders get their heating from natural gas. The war in Ukraine has put pressure on gas prices, and U.S. Production hasn't kept up, leading to an increase on our utility bills.
I suspect they've got up somewhere between 25 to 40% increases month over month. I imagine that this year's winter bill, barring a mild winter, will probably be a bit more expensive than people really were anticipating, and will eat into their budget. So it's gonna be a challenge.
Experts suggest that this winter will probably be the most severe price increase we could see, but Michael Holcomb, owner of Complete Climate Services Heating and Air Conditioning, says there's ways you can save money every month.
Your filter needs changed every 3 months, and if you have a pet, it needs changed once a month. By changing your filter alone, you can save 5 to 10% on your energy bills and a significant amount of money in repairs.
Now, beyond just changing or cleaning your filter, it's important to make sure your house is insulated and that no warm or cold air is leaking out through windows or doors. And something that you can do instantly is turning your thermostat up higher when using air conditioning or down a few degrees when using the heat.
Sweet spot is whatever you can tolerate, essentially. The difference between the heating and the cooling season is in the wintertime you can always put on an extra layer. So if you really want to save, set your thermostat to 65 or even 60 degrees, and that's going to feel warm compared to 55 outside.
Even though prices will likely get worse before they get better, if you start incorporating these tips immediately, you could save hundreds of dollars a year. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
You, Olivia. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris touches down in Japan this morning as she begins her tour of Asia.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with the plans for today. Taylor.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a live look over Tokyo this morning, where the vice president landed early today to begin her tour of Asia. This is video of her arriving this morning. Now, later in the week, she'll go to meet with the South Korean president and talk to the president there as well. Now, this comes as tensions remain high in Asia. Just a day before the vice president's trip, North Korea fired a short-range ballistic missile towards its eastern seas. South Korean military leaders say the missile flew more than 350 miles before landing off the eastern coast of North Korea. This marks the start of the new joint military drills between South Korea and the U.S. It's the first time this has been done in the last 5 years, and the U.S. now sending an aircraft carrier to South Korea to mark its commitment to the country amid threats of North Korea's nuclear threats. Now, this morning, she'll meet with the Japanese Prime Minister. We will keep you updated on that conversation. She's going to talk about the strength of this alliance, but we'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
Russia defies warnings from the West with a drone strike in Odessa. Why the timing of this is extremely troubling.
Staying dry today with slightly cooler Tuesday ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at when your next weather maker will be traveling to our region. 6:38 is the time. This morning, Russia defying warnings from the West with a drone strike in the key Ukrainian port city of Odessa.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar is joining us live from Capitol Hill with more on why the timing of this is especially troubling. Atra, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So this strike hit Ukrainian military targets, causing a massive fire and explosion and prompting a civilian evacuation of the area, according to Ukrainian military reports. Now, the timing of this comes hours after U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan warned that Russia will face catastrophic consequences and the U.S. will respond decisively if it uses nuclear weapons. Now, last week, you'll recall Russian President Vladimir Putin implied he would use nuclear weapons to defend his country. And right now, Russia is holding what the U.S. and its allies agree are sham referenda. Reports of Russian troops going door to door, pressuring Ukrainians to say whether 4 regions of their country in the southeast should join Russia. So the so-called voting ends tomorrow, and the U.S. is joining G7 leaders in issuing a joint statement asserting that Russia's actions violate the UN Charter, not to mention international law, and they maintain that these referenda have no legal legitimacy, and they're encouraging the rest of the world to reject the expected result of Russia attempting to annex these regions and then potentially, as Putin threatened, defend that territory with hundreds of thousands of soon-to-be mobilized conscripts and potentially nuclear weapons.
All right, Atra, thank you. Well, the first full week of fall is here. Temperatures are running below average this week, but skies will be mostly sunny. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at how the temps are feeling.
A French man walks nearly 1.5 miles suspended over water, the iconic adventure from the professional Highline walker.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
An amazing photo from just southeast of Lansing, Michigan. It's a low precipitation supercell. Yes, it looks very threatening, and the storm did go on to produce 2-inch-sized hailstones in a neighboring county. In Maryland, a mackerel sky appeared last week. That's a common term for clouds that appear in rows, in a pattern similar to a mackerel's scales, and it's usually a sign of changeable weather.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:45 and new this morning, a stabbing in Baltimore County. Olivia Dance is joining us now with what we know so far. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, it's still an ongoing investigation, but last night around 7:30, Baltimore County Police responded to reports of a stabbing right here on Lord Byron Lane. When they arrived, they found two victims who were suffering from stab wounds, and they were taken to a local hospital. But this isn't the only violent incident the county has seen recently. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, hear how county leaders are responding to the crime.
Thank you, Olivia. This November, a referendum will be on the ballot on whether to legalize recreational marijuana in Maryland or not. Well, Shannon Lilly has the details on how this could impact you. Shannon.
Yeah, if legalized, Tom, this could mean more money for the state in the form of an uptick in tax revenue. And that means instead of raising your taxes, legislators have another avenue to get funds. And that's one of the key reasons political analyst John Deedy believes many Marylanders support this legalization. But Deedy also warns of potential negative economic and social impacts. We're going to hear what those are coming up in just the next 15 minutes. Patrice?
All right, Shannon, thank you. A professional highline walker takes on more than a mile on an adventure in France.
The French native, Nathan Paulin, walked almost 1.4 miles on a suspended line at the UNESCO heritage site of Mont Saint-Michel. Paulin walking 7,218 feet, to be more exact.
Well, that's a lot. The new record surpassed his previous one when he walked nearly 2,200 feet on a slack line between Trocadero Square and the Eiffel Tower. That was back in 2017.
Whoa. He's not just kind of walking above water. That's way above water.
And he's tethered to nothing?
No. Wait, I wish we knew somebody that was in France recently.
I was in France.
Wait, what?
I was there.
You were there?
How'd you know?
No way.
Yeah, Jess and I were just there.
Wow, that is a coincidence.
What a coincidence. Bet you didn't try anything like that, though.
Nothing like that. I'll tell you, the breakfast in France, they don't have breakfast. They don't do breakfast like Americans.
They got to find things to do, like
I
walk
know,
on
they
wires.
walk over there. They got their croissant, you know, and un
That
croissant,
and
s'il vous plaît.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's
Je m'appelle
breakfast.
Justin. Yeah. Yeah, it's breakfast. That's good.
So you didn't see any adventures like that, though?
No.
I'm trying to think, well, who was the guy that did
couldn't
it
remember.
here? His name. He did it across the harbor.
Right.
He's done several.
Somebody here did it? Really?
We cover it. Oh, his name.
It's not the Walendas. Was it Walendas or was it one of the Walendas?
Walendas brothers.
That
Yes,
is Nick
thank you.
Walinda. Nick Walinda.
Man, all right.
See? Aren't you happy I'm here?
Yes.
Aren't you happy
Glad
I
you're
went to
back
France?
from France.
Yeah.
Glad you're back.
6:48 your time right now. It is feeling good outside right now. Good morning, everybody. Our live look from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group Cam. Beautiful shot here. And yeah, we had some rain that came through yesterday. Some of those storms actually put us into weather alert yesterday afternoon. Officially 60 your temp in Towson. Not much wind to speak of, but that wind is going to pick up later today as well. It's going to be behind this cold front right here. That's the frontal boundary that came through, and that's what helped to prompt some of those thunderstorms yesterday afternoon. But as we look at your bus stop forecast, beep, beep, the kids getting back to school here for a brand new school and work week here. 59 your temperature next hour. Mid-70s into the noon hour, and we'll be in those mid to upper 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. High temps today in the low to mid-70s. Carroll County, shout out to the North Carroll Business Alliance, had me out there on Saturday for their gala. I got to speak. We got to eat some food. We got to meet some great people. It was a lot of fun. Jess and I had a great time there in Hamchester. 74 in Towson for you today. 75 Perry Hall and White Marsh, and Dundalk, you'll be at 76 for the afternoon. In Hartford and Cecil counties, you're looking at numbers in the low to mid 70s across the area for later today. And those numbers up and down the 95 corridor staying mainly in the 70s for D.C. and Baltimore up into Philly. 77 down the ocean there, 76 your temp in Harrisburg. Now check what our temperatures are going to do. Today, the warmest day of the week. Numbers will go down, and we're actually going to dip below average starting tomorrow and all the way as we head into this upcoming weekend, which will be the first weekend of October. Here's a look at that future scan. Couple of clouds around today. May see a stray shower in some of the mountain locations in western Maryland, but overall, we're staying mainly dry. Now, the wind is going to stay with us for at least the next few days, kind of breezy to windy afternoons as well. But we do stay dry. The coolest air comes in a little bit later this week as we get closer to the weekend. Tracking Hurricane Ian, still a Category 1 storm. The next update from the National Hurricane Center will come at 8 o'clock this morning, so we'll see if this intensifies. But we are definitely going to see intensification of this storm, especially as it hits the west coast of Cuba early tomorrow morning. Then as it gets out in the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, we'll see it potentially get up to a Category 4 storm, and then making its way near Tampa. This is early Wednesday, late Wednesday night into early Thursday morning as a Category 3 storm. And the storm surge, we're talking we could see 6 to 8 foot storm surges there up into Tampa Bay before it heads toward the Big Bend there as a Category 1 storm. So it's not really where that landfall is. It's the fact that the entire West Coast and basically most of the Gulf Coast region there of Florida is going to be under that watch, the Florida Panhandle, for that storm that's heading their way. Now, for us here at home, our 7-day forecast looks like this. 77 for today. Back to the mid-70s on Tuesday. Lower 70s Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Again, we stay dry. We'll have some of the remnants from Ian. Saturday looks cloudy right now. The better chance for rain actually comes on Sunday. I know you probably don't want to hear that if you're going to the Ravens game Sunday afternoon, but we are going to see the rain showers and what's left of Ian in our neighborhoods by then. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. With summer vacations over, more people are ready to get back to their normal routines. How the Under Armour Performance Center is helping you get serious about working out again.
And as science fiction as it sounds, NASA is on a mission to keep the world safe. Still to come this morning, the plan to redirect an asteroid if it's ever dangerous enough to impact Earth.
Well, it's Monday morning, so there is one way to redirect your Monday blues before you head into work.
Coffee. It's always coffee. It's perfect time for a coffee break.
6:55 and two kids rob an armed security guard right near City Hall. Taking the gun, meaning another brazen crime committed by youth in Baltimore City. Many now pointing to the juvenile justice system as lacking any discipline. Joining us now, political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
You hear the stories. Two youth, juveniles, coming up to an armed security guard, ended up taking the gun out of the holster and running off here. So this happened right near City Hall, and people are going, it's not that shocking anymore in Baltimore, but it is.
But what does it say about the security guard? That the fact that two youth could circle him and somehow or another, he's armed, and they take the firearm out of his holster. Listen, I know a thing or two about guns. I know a thing or two about holsters. Mm-hmm. And this guy, did he have a relationship with them? Did he know them? I mean,
I don't know, but, I mean, are we blaming the victim there? I mean, he's supposed to be carrying the gun and is trained.
Yeah,
right.
but I think it's an issue. How is it they can be so brazen that if you got a security guard who's trained, you can steal his gun? Mm-hmm. I mean, yes, of course, we know that these criminals are brazen. They have no shame. They feel lawlessness is on their side, and you're going to walk up. Imagine if they had taken that gun out of his holster and shot somebody, went on a shooting spree. That is very dangerous. I mean, so yeah, we expect young people to do this, and I'm sure the mayor and everybody else is trying to do it, get it under control. They're not doing a good job. But when something like this happens, you have to ask yourself, what do we have in security and law enforcement these days if something like this can happen?
We could look at it that way. You could also look at it and say, like, why would there be two youth that were like, you know what, I could probably get that gun? Why was that even a thought in their mind?
Tom, this is what they do. What have we been talking about every Monday morning at this time? It continues to escalate. They kill, they maim, they go in churches, they kill old people, they shoot people on the street, they go to Fells Point, they rob, they steal for no reason at all. What do you expect them to do? But at some point, we want to believe that law enforcement on some level can protect us, especially if you're armed. So what are we saying now? Even if we're armed, we cannot stop this criminal behavior. We cannot stop these thugs. I mean, there's both sides of this issue that we should look at. They will continue to do this, Tom. It's not going to change. But when are we going to send them a message that we're not going to be intimidated, threatened, and live in fear of these guys? And obviously, this is not the kind of message that I like to see in the headlines. It's pretty scary.
It is. So the first thing then you say Baltimore should do then, Armstrong, I mean, we're saying, okay, judges need to be more strict on the juvenile justice system here, or do we need to have fines going out? Some people say, oh, it's against the parents. You know, there's no parenting.
You know, I know you're not going to like what I'm about to say. At some point, if you feel you're being threatened by these thugs and they're so brazen, sometimes you need to shoot them. Sometimes you need to take action and set an example to others who may look at this behavior and Tom and say, I can get away with this. If my boys can go in and take, because, you know, that's a big deal for them. That's like a badge of honor. You can walk up to a security guard and take that gun. Sometimes you need to send a message to these thugs. If you make this kind of attempt, you may lose your life, or you may find yourself in the hospital. That's where we need to go. We need to send the right message that crime and taking security guards' guns out of the holster is not some game you want to play. It may cost you your life. That's where we need to go. The onus is on law enforcement now to send the message that this behavior and these kind of actions will not be tolerated.
Armstrong, we'll leave it right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Baltimore County Police responding to an overnight stabbing. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what we know so far, plus hear how county leaders are reacting to crime.
Knowing when to evacuate and also where would you evacuate.
Breaking news, Ian has now intensified into a hurricane as it barrels toward Florida this morning. We're tracking how Ian could also impact our region.
And I think the poll really showed that people want to do something like this.
Now, come November, Maryland voters could sign off on legalizing recreational marijuana. We're looking ahead to the impact it could have on the state.
And the Ravens are back in the win column this morning after beating the New England Patriots. A look at the win and the big announcement ahead of Super Bowl 57.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, September 26th, and it is a good morning since the Ravens won. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and the day is starting with a little bit of a fog, a little bit of a haze, but drying out hopefully today.
A little bit of a chill. I think the guys don't think so. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Where's your fog and haze? Is it because of your
drove through it
because of the weekend and it was just too tired and
literally drove through it? Had the fog lights on the drive in.
A little bit earlier this morning. Things are a little nicer now. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. Yeah, that's a gorgeous shot.
Great. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks. Yeah, I try to do what I can. Yeah, it is actually feeling good. Victory Monday, everybody. Yeah, there it is. I was looking for that sun just peeking up over the eastern horizon. Good morning to you, Mr. Sunshine, and good morning to everyone as well. Temperatures right now are not too bad. In fact, we're actually seeing some 50s here, a few lower 60s. 54 Cockeysville, 53 in Bel Air, 54 in Columbia. Maybe you got that blanket out of the closet and got it all ready to go. I know we did for us over the weekend. So 67, actually we'll see those temperatures in the mid 60s by 9 a.m. Lower 70s into that 10 and 11 o'clock hour. Geez, I have the fog right now. I thought the coffee is working and it's not. We will have a closer look at your forecast for the week ahead. Also tracking Ian right there. Now a hurricane that is going to be impacting Florida later this week. A closer look at that coming up in just a few.
Breaking overnight, at least 2 people stabbed in Cockeysville in Baltimore County.
And Olivia Dance is live in Cockeysville with what we are learning now. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, this is still an ongoing investigation, but what we know right now is that Baltimore County Police received a call around 7:30 last night for reports of a stabbing right here on Lord Byron Lane. When they arrived, they found 2 victims who were suffering from stab wounds. Those victims were transported by ambulance to a local hospital where they received treatment. We're still working to find out the ages of those victims now, but again, this is still an ongoing investigation, and police tell us they will be releasing more information at a later time, and we'll bring you those details as we learn more. Tom and Patrice, back to you.
Olivia, recently the Baltimore County Police Union claimed crime is on the rise. So what are they saying about the county's leadership in their response to this?
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. We know that in August, the president of the Baltimore County Police Union slammed county leaders for their response to crime. Take a listen.
The people have a right to know, and they bury these carjacking numbers. They bury the shooting number. Leadership is failing. I think they're failing to be transparent. They're failing to be accountable, and they're failing to come up with a plan to stop the bleed here.
Now, at the time, a spokesperson for the county executive said that crime is not rising, so we'll just have to wait and see how county leaders respond to this most recent incident. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Baltimore City Police are investigating multiple shootings that happened this weekend. 7 people were shot in the past 2 days. That includes a triple shooting in South Baltimore Saturday night. The victims, including a 19-year-old. All 7 people shot this weekend are expected to survive. One of the shootings happened on the block. This is video from citizens. It happened as the bars were closing. Police have not released details on what happened, but say a 27-year-old man was shot in the leg. Police say they arrested 2 men, both 26 years of age, were right there on the scene. So far this year, 253 people have been murdered in Baltimore. Twice that number have been hurt in shootings.
Now, it's another critical week for Johns Hopkins University and its plans for the private and armed police force. Some of the community have pushed back on these plans, and we saw such pushback just last week. This wasn't as bad as a few years ago, but this was during the first of 3 public meetings on their plan. Those against the plan say they are concerned about how the private force would interact with people of color. Supporters say the force is needed as the Baltimore Police Department sees a staffing shortage and crime at the university's 3 campuses rises, especially at its East Baltimore campus. The Baltimore Police Department, well, one person there says they're skeptical, saying that their officers would still have to assist in investigating any crimes that happen on campus. Fox 45 News questioned Mayor Brandon Scott about whether he will sign off on the plan or block it.
I think that we've seen these protests happen the entire time, and really it's up to Hopkins to understand what their entire community wants and make a decision on whether they want to move forward or not. But what I will say is that when you think about universities around the city, including Coppin and Morgan, they have police forces. We know that University of Baltimore has a police force, UMD. Most colleges do have that.
Well, this week's town halls are scheduled for Thursday and Friday, and you can find more information right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. City Hall will also be holding a hearing Thursday.
Breaking news right now. Ian has now intensified into a hurricane as it nears Florida.
And we have live team coverage right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking Ian's path and if it could impact us.
But first, we have Taylor Stewart at our live center. She's got the preparations down in Florida. Taylor.
Absolutely. First, a live look here of our Authority HDR Weather Center. As you can see, the strengthening of this hurricane as it continues to move towards the western coast of Florida. Now, here are the updated watches and warnings we're keeping our eyes on this morning. Cuba and Grand Cayman Island are under that hurricane warning. The lower Florida Keys are under a tropical storm warning. That includes Key West. And we now have a tropical storm watch posted for southwest Florida, including Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and Naples. Those are likely going to be extended further up the coast this morning or later today. But in Florida, sandbagging already underway as folks try to prepare for flooding. In some parts of the state, we're seeing lines for gas, and other parts of the state, we're already seeing evacuations taking place. Governor Ron DeSantis is saying the state is ready.
We have activated the Florida National Guard. They are activating 2,500 guardsmen at the moment, and if there is a need for more, then we could do more, and our state EOC is at a level 1.
Now, mind you, level 1 is the highest alert level in the state. That is the latest here from the Live Center. Tossing it over to you.
Well, thank you, Taylor. Stay right here with Fox 45 News. Or Megan Gillen will be going to Florida to cover this storm. You can follow along both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
All right, well, let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers now. And Justin, you're looking at Ian's path and whether that's going to have an impact on us here.
Yeah, more than likely we're going to see some rain showers from this storm by the time we get into mainly Sunday. But we're going to be obviously tracking the storm as it is going to rapidly intensify over the next couple of hours and the next couple of days. Currently, it is south of Cuba, but you can see some of the outer rain bands already over that country and into parts of southern Florida at this time. And look at this map right here. You can see what's going to be taking place, the rapid intensification over the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico between Tuesday and Thursday, or this could get up to a Category 4 storm. Getting close to Tampa as a Category 3 storm, and even if it doesn't make landfall in Tampa, there is already going to be a very large storm surge up into Tampa Bay. Folks, they're preparing for that possible flooding before it weakens as it makes landfall somewhere in the Big Bend around early Friday morning. So we'll have another look at this track, and we'll continue to take a look at the entire tropics region as we get into the peak of hurricane season. Now that we're getting into late September, we'll take a closer look coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. And you can access the latest information whenever severe weather hits right on your cell phone. Download the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store.
7:08 and turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. A referendum on whether to legalize recreational marijuana for individuals aged 21 and older will be on the ballot this November.
According to a recent Goucher College poll, voters are likely to vote to legalize the recreational use of marijuana in Maryland.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with how that could change the impact on our state. Shannon.
Well, if legalized, Tom, this could lead to a big uptick in tax revenue, and that's a major reason political analyst John Deedy thinks many people are supporting it. In fact, according to this most recent Goucher College poll, you can see right here that 59% of Maryland residents indicate that they will vote in favor of legalizing recreational marijuana on the November ballot, while 34% right here are against it and 7% are still undecided. Now, this is in line with trends that we've seen over the last decade.
Last year, Colorado took in $420 million in tax revenue. Legislators need money, and increasing taxes is never popular. But finding ways of creating tax revenue with sin taxes is always popular. And I think the poll really showed that people want to do something like this.
Deedy says something to watch for, though, is the potential negative social and economic impact legalization could have for people who just don't want to be around it. Take a listen.
Have to be very careful about making sure that where it may be legalized and it's being used, is it impacting communities economically and socially, where people say, I don't want to be in that area anymore. I don't want to shop in that area anymore. I've got kids with me. I wanted to go out and go to an event, and I'm smelling marijuana all over the place.
Now, if voters vote in favor of this in November, as predicted, people 21 and older will legally be able to possess 1.5 ounces come July. It is important to note, though, that the legislature has set up a working group in charge of looking ahead to the legalization of marijuana from a health standpoint to a criminal justice standpoint. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice.
All right, Shannon, switching gears here. 7:10 now. The Baltimore Ravens are back in the win column. J.K. Dobbins making his debut yesterday, helping the Ravens clinch a win over the New England Patriots. The final score, 37-26. Well, Lamar in the game was just Lamar. Amazing. A week after breaking 2 NFL records, the 2019 MVP put on yet another masterpiece. 4 touchdowns through the air, adding another score on the ground and becoming the first player in NFL history to have record games back with at least 3 touchdown passes and 100 yards rushing. Coach John Harbaugh now recording his 150th win.
Clutch plays being made in critical situations, especially in the fourth quarter against a very good opponent, extremely well-coached football team that forces you to do everything right and find ways to make plays to win the game at the end. So this is a very meaningful win because of where it takes place and who it takes place against. It's a good football team. This team will be there at the end of the year in the playoffs. You watch. So we're very happy with this win. I think Marlon said to me at the end there on the field, he goes, "We're not there yet, but we're on our way." You know, and I feel like that's something that we're working hard on to improve.
Yeah. Well, okay, so yesterday's game, you're watching second quarter, I'm like, Lamar was hesitating. Remember when he threw the pick and everything? You could see it. He was hesitating, he had bad throws and everything. And then you're like, they came out of the second half, you're like, there's Lamar.
Right.
There he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he's just showing, what he can do without having to run the ball.
You think he wants to get paid? You think he wants to get paid?
I do believe he does.
What you were saying, though, Patrice, he made some smart stops, I guess. Normally, the younger Lamar, who didn't care, would have kept running, jumping over, dodging, backflips. You saw yesterday, he stopped and took some hits like at the sideline.
He did what the MVP, probably on the way to being another MVP.
I mean, look, he leads the NFL in quarterback rating, okay? Yep. Leads the NFL in touchdowns, and he's third in rushing. Right. And he's a quarterback. We know he can rush. We know he can throw touchdowns. That's what he's doing. So.
Show me the money.
Show me the money. Exactly That's right. Yeah, come on.
All right. Well, don't stop the music because Rihanna will be headlining. There we go. 2023 Super Bowl halftime show. Who needs that? We've got Justin right here on Fox. NFL calling a singer once-in-a-generation artist. Super Bowl 57 happening in February in Glendale, Arizona.
I like her version better.
Her version was great, but she's going back there to look at Ian.
All right, turning now to the big stories that we're following at this hour. NASA about to crash a spacecraft into an asteroid later today. A scientist is going to join us live to explain what is happening.
But first, stress, a daily occurrence. When does stress impact your mental health, though? We have a doctor joining us live right after the break to discuss that. 7:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:16 now. 90% of people who take their own lives have experienced some type of mental illness. The two often go hand in hand as people deal with the stress of life. For today's Monday Morning House Call, Dr. Rachna Risinghani, chair of the Department of Psychiatry at GBMC, is joining us. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
So some stress is normal. We can't avoid that. When is it beyond normal? And then how does that impact our mental health?
When stress gets too much for any given person. So number one, everyone's threshold for stress is different. Everyone's circumstances are different. But for a given person, whenever their experience of stress or their circumstances get to a point where they start seeing no way out or no solution, that's when things like hopelessness, a sense of helplessness start creeping in. And if that's left unattended or untreated for a long time, does translate into an increased risk for suicide.
So yeah, I was going to say, talk about that link between mental health and suicide. At the point that you're just completely stressed out, sometimes that's your next thought process.
That's right. And so it's not always just stress. It can also be extreme depression, mood swings, loneliness, or, there's various risk factors for getting to the point of suicide. But, severe depression or just very high anxiety, experience of severe trauma like PTSD, as we see in many of our veterans, substance use issues, all of these can sometimes lead to that final common pathway of suicide.
What are the signs that loved ones should look out for if they think they may have someone who may be veering toward that? What are they looking out for?
Great question. So people who are contemplating or starting to think about suicide may start isolating or withdrawing themselves more and more from their loved ones. They may start planning and preparing. Many a time they'll give us a hint into their mind or thought process by even saying that, I just wish I wasn't alive anymore, or I'm going to be dead. Or so we need to take those words seriously. They may experience extreme distress or mood swings. Sometimes they may start giving away their cherished belongings, like inanimate objects, or if they have pets, they may start making arrangements for them to be taken care of, etc.
All right, all very serious signs, definitely to take heed
right.
of. Dr. Risinghani, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Well, we want you to send us your health questions and suggested topics to news@foxbaltimore.com with the subject line, Monday Morning House Call.
Well, 7:19 is the time on this Monday morning, and it's gorgeous outside right now. It didn't start off that way with some fog and some warmth or cool temperatures, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, you and Justin had the windows down.
Yep.
I had the seat warmers on, so...
And, right now, our numbers starting to come up a little bit. We're in the 50s and 60s, guys, and overall looking great. It was out at Camden Yards on Friday night for that Orioles win against the Astros. They didn't win the series, but they didn't lose it either. It was a 4-game series. Lost last night, but guess what? We're still 4 games back on the road in Boston and New York before they come back home next week and wrap up the season against the Blue Jays. So we still have a chance, only 4 games out of that AL wildcard spot. 58-year temp right now. Met a lot of great people over the weekend. Shout out to Carmen and Robin. Met them over at the landing strip in Middle River on Saturday night. That was a great little spot. Love the plane that's on top of that roof there. So had a lot of fun there, and always seeing the folks out and about in the community. Beautiful shot here of our HD radar because we're mainly dry. We're seeing the clear conditions behind that cold front, and Tom was mentioning some of that leftover moisture from yesterday's storms, which is why earlier this morning we had some patchy fog. 66 next couple of hours as you're out and about for your golf game today. Maybe at least a 1-club wind by the later part of the afternoon, with 75 by noon and mid to upper 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. 76 our average this time of year. Low to mid and upper 70s is where we'll be across central Maryland for the afternoon. And around the country, temperatures staying cool for the upper Midwest, heating back up actually. 88 in Dallas in the Central Plains, 82 in Denver, and 83 in Salt Lake City. So western part of the U.S. a little bit warmer in the first full week of fall, while we're going to deal with some nice temperatures temperatures here at home. And here's a look at our future scan. You'll see a few clouds building as we head later into the afternoon and evening time. That wind is going to stay with us as well, not only today, but also tomorrow. So breezy to windy conditions. We start cooling down actually tomorrow and later this week as well, as we have more of a northerly flow. That's going to bring in that cooler and drier air throughout most of the rest of the week as we head into the first weekend, or first weekend of October, because October 1st is Saturday. All right, here's a look at our tropical satellite. This is Hurricane Ian, Category 1 storm. We'll get an update from the National Hurricane Center in about 40 minutes from right now, but we are expecting to see rapid intensification. We already have hurricane warnings for parts of western Cuba, the Florida Keys, tropical storm warnings there, and watches posted around areas in Tampa, hurricane watches and tropical storm watches. They're going to have to start talking about storm surge watches as well. This is the path of the storm, expecting to get up to about 120 miles an hour in terms of wind speeds, and then really starting to kick up as 3, possibly a Category 4 storm as we get into early Wednesday morning, brushing right to the the west of Tampa by early Thursday morning as a Cat 3, and that's going to bring that storm surge right up into Tampa Bay. So folks there are definitely preparing at this time before it makes landfall right around the Big Bend of Florida by the time we get into early Friday morning. And some of the effects that we'll have here more than likely will be the rain. It's going to be mainly on Sunday, kind of a gloomy day Saturday with maybe just a couple of light showers, but most of the models want to bring the rain here from Ian on Sunday, which I know it's the Ravens game as they're going to be back home. Just be preparing for that and know that it will be a wet afternoon. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. A mission to save humanity. Coming up, NASA's attempt later today to crash a spacecraft into a hurling asteroid. Planetary defense scientist will be joining us live.
$7.25. It's So Baltimore. Fall into fitness and get a jump start on your summer body for next year. And for some of us, it'll take that long.
Yes, it will. Under Armour Performance Center has just about everything that you need to get healthy and fit. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live in South Baltimore with a whole lot more. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. I'm with Chris Ball, the general manager of this amazing facility. And as you guys said, it's fall. Chris, is this when people come back to get ready for summer?
Yeah, we typically see people, after the travel season's over, they're coming back in. It really follows the school year. Kids are going back to school. They're looking for a routine. Everybody else is looking for that routine. They had all their travel. They had this and that. And our biggest thing here is we want to provide the ability for people to get the services they want, whether it's a gym membership, personal training, group exercise, and just be able to get them right for wintertime to get a head start on next year's summer body as well.
And Chris, this facility, this is unique. We were talking out there. This is pretty unique. The gym itself is crazy, and then you look out those double doors and you're looking right into the lovely harbor. And there's a football field. It's crazy, man. So how do people react when they see that? I'm sure it's pretty amazing when they see that football field and the shot of the harbor.
A lot of oogly eyes. We take people around and they're seeing one thing to the next and they're like, oh, look at this. Oh, look at that, the equipment. And they go out to the garage doors, they take a look and they're blown away. They're like, you just can't find a gym like that with a view like this anywhere else.
Well, Chris, we are blown away. And coming up, guys, I'm going to show you some of the boxing activity and why boxing is so hot here at this lovely facility. You guys have to come and check it out.
Get your sweat on later on.
Right. I can't wait to see him in action. All right. Thanks, Mark. Well, if you want more information, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
NASA is going to crash a spacecraft into a hurling asteroid. Sounds like fiction or a movie. Nope, it's actually happening today. In fact, one of the scientists will be joining us live with that important mission.
Utility bills are on the rise, especially as we head into the colder months. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have some tips to help you lower your costs.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
A major space mission happening today. NASA, for the first time, will attempt to crash a spacecraft into an asteroid. You'll be able to watch it as it happens. Well, coming up in about 10 minutes, scientists from NASA will be joining us live to answer all the burning questions you may have, and you probably have that all about the mission that seems more like a film coming out of Hollywood than actual reality.
I just want to know, are we all still going to be here after the mission?
And it's one of those asteroids that's never supposed to collide with Earth, so they're going to practice on it just to see, okay, let's see if this works. They've got all this camera. It's been set up for years. Yeah.
We just hope everything goes as planned. And you don't cause more problems by blowing up this asteroid. And all right, let's move it on. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, let's think happy thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited. I get to do that interview coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
We'll ask that question, please.
Exactly. I will. Yes. Let's take a look outside right now and show you what's going on. Good morning to all of you. Yeah, look at that bright sunshine that is out from our Towson camera right now. Lots of sunny skies and our temperatures that are not too bad. On the right side of your screen, we always have those posted. Statewide, we're in the mid to upper 50s for Western Maryland, 58 Baltimore City, and 59 your temp as you wake up with us here in Bel Air. So a cool fall morning. It will be a bit breezy to windy later this afternoon, and temperatures, though, staying near average for this time of day. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, low to mid 60s. Overall, not too bad. And you can see our next 3 days. Today, actually going to be one of the warmest days of the week with a high of 77. We're actually going to see some mid 70s tomorrow and lower 70s by Wednesday. We'll take a closer look at that as well as the very latest on Hurricane Ian coming up in a few. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at our Lens Solar Traffic Network now, and we are hearing about a crash on the northbound side of Baltimore-Washington Parkway. It is near the Anne Arundel Prince George's County line. Traffic is moving, but it is moving at a slow pace, so you may need a little extra time. 7:32 now, a consumer alert for you this morning. With fall temperatures here, Americans are bracing for higher home heating bills.
Yeah, in fact, families are expected to pay on average 17% more for home heat this coming season compared to last winter. Those who heat with natural gas, they're facing the highest increase of more than 34% this season.
Electric heat is expected to see a 7% increase.
Now, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with some ways that you can help lower your bills. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, if you aren't already feeling the impacts of inflation on your utility bills, then there's no doubt that you will come winter. But the good news is there's some ways to lower your costs. I spoke with an economics professor at Towson University who says that most Marylanders get their heating from natural gas. The war in Ukraine has put pressure on gas prices, and U.S. production hasn't kept up, leading to an increase on our utility bills.
I suspect they've got up somewhere between 25 to 40% increases month over month. I imagine that this year's winter bill, barring a mild winter, will probably be a bit more expensive than people really were anticipating, and will eat into their budget. So it's gonna be a challenge.
Experts suggest that this winter will probably be the most severe price increase we could see. But Michael Holcomb, owner of Complete Climate Services Heating and Air Conditioning, says there's ways you can save money every month.
Your filter needs changed every 3 months, and if you have a pet, it needs changed once a month. By changing your filter alone, you can save 5 to 10% on your energy bills and a significant amount of money in repairs.
Beyond just changing or cleaning your filter, it's important to make sure your house is insulated and that no warm or cold air is leaking out through windows or doors. And something that you can actually do instantly is turning your thermostat up higher when using air conditioning or down a few degrees when using the heat.
Sweet spot is whatever you can tolerate, essentially. The difference between the heating and the cooling season is in the wintertime you can always put on an extra layer. So if you really want to save, set your thermostat to 65 or even 60 degrees, and that's going to feel warm compared to 55 outside.
And even though prices will likely get worse before they get better, if you start incorporating these tips, you could save hundreds of dollars a year. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Vice President Kamala Harris has touched down in Japan this morning as she begins her tour of Asia.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with the plans for today. Taylor.
That's right. Let's take a live look now over Tokyo this morning, where the vice president landed early today. She's set to begin that tour of Asia. But this is video of VP Harris landing in Japan. She is set to meet with the Japan Prime Minister Kishida Fumio, and the pair will discuss the alliance between the U.S. and Japan. Later this week, she'll head to South Korea to meet with the country's president. Tensions in Asia remain high. Just a day before this trip, North Korea filed a short-range ballistic missile. South Korean military leaders say that missile flew more than 350 miles before landing off the eastern coast of North Korea. This marks the start of a new joint military drill between South Korea and the U.S. for the first time in 5 years. The U.S. sending an aircraft carrier to South Korea to show its commitment to the country amid the nuclear threat from North Korea. Now, this is the latest from the Live Center. We'll keep you updated on these meetings throughout the week. That's the latest. Tom, Patrice.
Scammers are hard at work trying to steal from consumers through text messages, the increasing number of robocalls we're seeing, and what you can do to get some peace of mind.
And it's being called a mission to save humanity. NASA scientists will be joining us live to explain how they're going to crash a spacecraft into an asteroid. It's all happening today. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
(7:39) Come November, Maryland voters will have their chance to weigh in on the future of recreational marijuana use.
Now, a recent Goucher poll shows 62% of voters say if voters do decide to legalize recreational marijuana, the state should then expunge the records of those charged with or convicted of marijuana use and/or possession. 29% said the state should not.
Well, the poll also shows that the majority of Marylanders do plan to vote in favor of legalizing recreational uses of marijuana come November.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio with a look at the question that will be on your ballot and how people on both sides are responding. Shannon.
Yeah, it's certainly a polarizing issue, Tom, but more and more Marylanders seem to indicate that they will vote in favor. Let's get you to a look at the question that's going to be on the referendum that you'll be voting on here in the state. It asks if cannabis should be legalized for people 21 and older on or after this coming July. State lawmakers also approved complementary legislation which specifies that if passed, you could legally possess up to 1.5 ounces by that date. But Paul Armentano, deputy director for the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, believes at this point lawmakers should be taking this a step further.
The ballot referendum that Marylanders will be deciding on is simply a question that asks voters if they want lawmakers to legalize marijuana in Maryland. It doesn't bring a legal adult use regulated market to Maryland anytime soon. It simply throws the question once again back in the hands of lawmakers who are going to have to go back to Annapolis and hash out the details of what a legal regulated adult use market in Maryland will look like. That process will probably take many months, if not many years.
Meanwhile, Luke Nuferato, CEO of the political action group Protect Our Kids, is fighting against legalization and more specifically the establishment of a profit-driven marijuana industry. He sent this statement saying in part, quote, "There's a false dichotomy between legalizing marijuana and criminalizing its use. Polls often only ask about these two extremes, omitting real-world policy alternatives like decriminalization and legalizing only medical marijuana." He then points to a recent state and national Emerson College poll that indicates when given the option, a majority of voters reject the full legalization of marijuana and instead favor more measured approaches to the issue. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice?
More and more people are receiving robo-texts. Coming up, the simple things you can do to get some peace. 7:42 is the time.
Welcome back, everybody. 7:44 is your time. It is a Monday morning, and looking out over the Inner Harbor, Charm City tanks looking good as well. The Patapsco also looking good, and not much wind now. That's going to change as we get later into the afternoon. We're in the upper 50s, and we're on our way to the mid to upper 70s later this afternoon, so it will be breezy to windy, and temperatures actually pretty close to average for this time of year. Typically, we're right around the mid 70s. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, I'd go ahead and throw the light jacket on them for you this morning, with numbers this hour in the 50s. We're back to the mid 70s through the noon hour, and mid to upper 70s is where we'll end up. So overall, a mild afternoon for the kids when you get them at the bus stop and have those afternoon practices and such. Low to mid 70s here for you in Westminster and Eldersburg this afternoon in Carroll County. Mid 70s in Towson, Cockeysville at 74, 77 in Baltimore City down through Canton and Fells. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties will also be in those mid to upper 70s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Odenton. 76 Severna Park, 77 your number in Annapolis this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor overall, not a bad afternoon. 70s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Even down the ocean, looking at 77 there in Ocean City, heading up to New York City, 73 the high there today. Pilots, if you're going to go flying, just know that it is going to be a bit breezy at times. We are talking VFR conditions, so visual flight rules as well. That wind mainly coming out of the west and the northwest later this afternoon. Here's what's going on our future scan. The cold front is well to the east of us. Back behind that, we've got what we call some downsloping flows. So we'll pick up a few showers potentially in western Maryland later this afternoon, but really not looking for much in the way of any rainfall over us, at least here in Baltimore. Now, as we get into Tuesday, overall, mainly dry conditions. Again, that wind still a little bit from the west tomorrow afternoon. Wednesday and Thursday will be cooler. You can see that light blue right there, and those blue lines indicating some more of that northerly wind that will be in as we get into the later part of the week. That's when those temperatures start going down. And overall, we've got some very nice mornings, albeit kind of cool. We're tracking what's going to see the remnants from Ian by the time we head into the weekend here at home. And this is Hurricane Ian, that Category 1 storm. In about 15 minutes or so, potentially even a few minutes earlier than that, we'll have an update for you from the National Hurricane Center. Still a Category 1 storm. We can see the watches and warnings that are posted for Cuba. The red hurricane warnings for western Cuba, tropical storm warnings up into the Florida Keys, and even tropical storm watches for parts of the Tampa area. The west coast of Florida is going to be inundated the most with this storm. And you can see this is what we call our spaghetti models, because it looks like spaghetti when you just kind of throw it up there. All of the models are tracking with that flow, staying to the west of Tampa, but making landfall in the Big Bend region. However, with that storm surge in the Tampa Bay region, that's what folks are worried about right now. So still 75-mile-an-hour sustained winds, rapid intensification. We're going to see this thing get more than likely to a Cat 4 with 140-mile-an-hour winds by early Wednesday morning. And then by the time it gets close to Tampa, could still be a Category 3 storm before making landfall later this week. So we'll keep you up to date on that and our 7-day forecast right here at home. Gorgeous weather. In fact, temperatures, as I mentioned, will be a little bit cooler. We'll see those lower 70s into Wednesday and Thursday with overnight lows into the 50s and even some 40s by the time we get into Thursday and Friday morning.
All right, chilly. My goodness. All right, a rise in robotext after the break. Some simple ways to make sure scammers stop texting your phone.
Those calls are annoying.
Yeah,
you need some zen in your life.
How about a coffee break?
That does it.
Well, we have been talking about this all day. Very exciting things are happening. NASA on a mission to keep the world safe. Later today, it's NASA's Double Asteroid Redirection Test, or DART, that's going to intentionally crash into a near-Earth asteroid, and it's all in the name of planetary defense. The question is, can we redirect an asteroid if we ever needed to? Here to tell us more about this exciting mission, DART's Deputy Instrument Scientist, Tarek Daly. Good morning, Tarek. You're just down the road in Laurel, and we appreciate you being with us this morning.
Happy to be here.
Now, this mission sounds, it could be right like out of a science fiction movie, but tell us exactly what you guys are expecting tonight.
Tonight, we are testing something called kinetic impact technology, which involves spacecraft either slamming into an asteroid and changing its orbit to knock it off course, essentially. This is the first time this technology will have been tested in history. And as you said, it's something we could one day use to potentially prevent an asteroid hitting the Earth. We don't know of any asteroids that will do that right now, but just like you don't test your airbags in a car crash, we want to test this technology before we need it, so we're ready if that scenario arises.
And the DART mission is really about planetary defense. People talk about, like, come on, seriously? But, I mean, talk about just how this is actually going to work and what we're really hoping to learn from this test.
Well, planetary defense, as you say, refers to all the activities that go on to understand the hazard posed by asteroids and comets and be ready to do something about them. And so this test tonight is sort of the do something about them part of that equation. NASA is looking, as partners are, for new asteroids. But the fact is, right now, we don't know where most of the asteroids are that are large enough to cause regional devastation. And so we want to be ready should we one day find one. And this test will give us the confidence that the world has what it takes to prevent an asteroid impact.
And what's the likelihood of an asteroid being actually big enough to endanger the Earth that we would need to use this technology to avoid a natural disaster?
You know, small asteroids, say shoebox size, they burn up harmlessly in the atmosphere. And we know where all the dinosaur killers are, so we're not worried about that. What we're worried about are asteroids between the size of, say, an Olympic swimming pool and a pyramid. We've found about 40% of those, but the remaining 60% are not yet discovered. And we know these things hit the Earth. For example, 50,000 years ago in Arizona, there's one that made a crater that's about 1 kilometer wide. So it's not a high likelihood event, but it does happen, and we should be ready for it.
Yeah, Crater Lake in Oregon, I believe, too. Isn't that another one where they had the impact?
That one's actually from a volcano, but yes, there are many impact craters around the world.
Yeah. All right, most importantly, how can we watch this go down tonight?
NASA.gov/live. Starting at 6 o'clock tonight, NASA will be streaming coverage, including exactly what the spacecraft is seeing up until impact at 7:14 and past that till 7:30 this evening, followed by a press event at 8.
Love it. Tarek Daly, thank you so much for being here. Very exciting night with science on the way.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Well, do you want me to read this? New this morning.
We'll take it over. This, you know, may be our last time to read stuff like this after this asteroid. Yeah. All right. Well, the FCC is seeing an increase in robo-text scams. They can go. The asteroid can hit them. We've all gotten them.
Yeah, we have. Agency says robotext scams may be surpassing robocalls as the main tool now for con artists. Holly Menino with our Sinclair sister station out of Seattle shares the warning and how to keep your personal information safe.
Even with laws in place to crack down on robocalls, scammers still get through.
Those rules only apply to, say, calls placed via internet. So they just turn around and buy up a bunch of copper lines, old school copper lines to make calls. And so they still get through and the texts still get through.
Kevin Brassler is the executive editor with Consumers Checkbook. He says up to 30% of all calls placed on U.S. networks are robocalls. Now, the Federal Communications Commission warning consumers about the rising threat of robotexts. Like robocalls, texts can be spoofed to look like the original number and make it appear the text is coming from someone you know and trust. Scammers are hoping you'll fall for their tricks and respond to a text or even click on a link.
If you don't recognize a phone number that's coming in, don't answer. And that means you really have to keep your contacts list on your cell phone up to date so that you do recognize who's calling and who isn't.
If you get a call from an unfamiliar number, let it go to voicemail. If a text comes in with a link, don't click it. If you're asked to pay up, don't give any money, and never give your personal information. You can also report texting scam attempts by forwarding unwanted texts to 7726 or spam.
All right, that was Holly Menino reporting. The FCC says if you think you're the victim of a texting scam, make sure you report it to the police immediately.
They also advise you to call your cell phone carrier and even any financial institution where you may have an account.
Yes, and they come in constantly. All right, a part of President Biden's loan forgiveness program includes future borrows. We break down that provision and what it means for taxpayers.
Baltimore County Police responding to an overnight stabbing. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll tell you what we know so far, plus hear how county leaders are reacting to crime. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday, September 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's start with your meteorologist, Justin Chambers, for a look at your forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. And we are taking a look at temperatures that are not too bad right now. We're seeing 50s and 60s out there, and we continue to track what is going on in the tropics as well. This is a shot here in Towson. Lots of sunshine that's out there at this moment. Check out some of these numbers. Mid-50s, Cockeysville and Bel Air, 61 in Baltimore City, 61 in Easton. We're at 56 your temp in Chestertown. So out for your yard work or gardening, yard and gardening cast looking pretty good. You can see the average high is 76. So we're pretty close to that number later this afternoon. No issues in getting outdoors. Top it out right about 77. It will be a bit breezy to windy this afternoon, so just be aware of that. Sun goes to bed just before 7 o'clock tonight. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, 8:01 now, and new this morning, we are hearing about a possible stabbing in Baltimore County.
Olivia Dance joins us now from Cockeysville with what we're learning. Olivia, what have you learned?
Well, Taylor and Patrice, this is still an ongoing investigation, but what we know right now is that Baltimore County Police received a call just before 7:30 last night for reports of a stabbing right here on Lord Byron Lane. When they arrived, they found 2 victims who were suffering from stab wounds. Those victims were transported by ambulance to a local hospital where they received treatment, and we're still working to find out the ages of those victims now. But again, this is still an ongoing investigation, and police tell us they will have more information at a later time. So we'll bring you those updates as we learn more. Back to you.
Olivia, the Baltimore County Police Union has said that crime is on the rise. Have they said anything about the county leadership's response to what they're seeing?
Yeah, Patrice, we know that back in August, the president of the Baltimore County Police Union slammed county leaders for their response to crime. Take a listen.
People have a right to know, and they bury these carjacking numbers. They bury the shooting number. Leadership is failing. I think they're failing to be transparent. They're failing to be accountable, and they're failing to come up with a plan to stop the bleed here.
At the time, a spokesperson for the county executive said that crime is not rising, so we'll just have to wait and see how county leaders respond to this most recent incident. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
In a city in crisis, Johns Hopkins University will hold 2 more public safety town halls this week to talk about the new campus police department. The first town hall last week was forced online after protesters created chaos.
Now, supporters say the new campus police is necessary. The Baltimore Police Department is seeing a staffing shortage, and crime at the university's 3 campuses continues to rise, especially at its East Baltimore campus.
Now, BPD says they're skeptical, saying that officers would still have to assist in investigating crimes on campus. Fox 45 News questioned Mayor Brandon Scott about whether or not he will sign off on the plan or if he'll block it. He didn't directly answer the question.
I think that we've seen these protests happen the entire time, and really it's up to Hopkins to understand what their entire community wants and make a decision on whether they want to move forward or not. But what I will say is that when you think about universities around the city, including Coppin and Morgan, they have police forces. We know that University of Baltimore has a police force, UND. Most colleges do have that.
Now, this week's town halls are scheduled for Thursday and Friday. You can find more information on both of them on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Switching gears here now to your Vote 2022 coverage. A referendum on whether to legalize recreational marijuana for people 21 years or older will be on your ballot this November.
And according to a recent Goucher College poll, voters are likely to vote to legalize recreational use of marijuana in Maryland.
Shannon Lilly joins us with what could change and how it could impact our state. Shannon.
Yeah, Taylor, if this is legalized, it could lead to a big uptick in tax revenue, and that's a major reason political analyst John Deedy thinks many people are supporting it. In fact, according to the most recent Goucher College poll right here, 59% are voting in favor, and that's Maryland residents who say that they will vote in favor in November on the ballot. Now, 34%, as you can see right here, say they'll vote against it, and 7% are still undecided. This is all in line with trends that we've seen over the last decade.
Last year, Colorado took in $420 million in tax revenue. Legislators need money, and increasing taxes is never popular. But finding ways of creating tax revenue with sin taxes is always popular. And I think the poll really showed that people want to do something like this.
Now, Deedy says something to watch for, though, is the potential negative social and economic impact that legalization could have for people who just don't want to be around it. Take a listen.
You have to be very careful about making sure that where it may be legalized and it's being used, is it impacting communities economically and socially, where people say, I don't want to be in that area anymore. I don't want to shop in that area anymore. I've got kids with me. I wanted to go out and go to an event, and I'm smelling marijuana all over the place.
Now, if voters vote in favor of this in November, as predicted, people 21 and older will legally be able to possess 1.5 ounces come July. It's important to note, though, that the legislature has set up a working group in charge of looking ahead to the legalization of marijuana from both a health standpoint to a criminal justice system standpoint. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Taylor.
New this morning from the Live Center, Hurricane Ian is now a Category 1 hurricane. It was a tropical storm, but this is a live look from our Weather Authority HD cameras as it begins to travel northward. Now, it's off the west coast, or it's heading towards the west coast of Florida. But here are those updated watches and warnings for you. Cuba, Grand Cayman, all under a hurricane warning. The lower Florida Keys are under a tropical storm warning. That includes Key West. And we now have a tropical storm watch posted for southwest Florida. That includes Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and Naples. We're likely to see those extended further up the coast this morning. In Florida, folks are already preparing for flooding. They're sandbagging and getting ready for what they may see in the coming weeks, the days to come, rather. We're also seeing lines for gas as millions of people stock up on supplies ahead of the storm. Governor Ron DeSantis says the state is ready.
We have activated the Florida National Guard. They are activating 2,500 guardsmen at the moment, and if there is a need for more, then we could do more, and our state EOC is at a level 1.
Level 1 is the highest alert level in the state. Stick with Fox 45's Weather Authority team for the latest on Hurricane Ian. Patrice?
All right, thank you. And make sure you stay with Fox 45 News. Our Megan Gillen will be going to Florida to cover the storm. You can follow along both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Celebration continues as week 3 comes with a victory for the Ravens. If you missed the game, after the break, we have a recap of the impressive win.
This morning so far, we'll take a look at a pretty nice week ahead, and we'll track the impacts of Ian right here at home. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning. Welcome back, 8:10 on this Victory Monday, everyone. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers looking out over our city here. The sun is bright and shining, looking good. We like that. And you're out the door, Cass. Definitely need those sunglasses today. No need for the umbrella. A jacket, maybe just a light jacket here this morning. But we're actually going to warm up later today with numbers that'll be into the mid to upper 70s. There's Hank the Bird. All right, thanks, Hank. 65 next hour, mid-70s by noon. I think Hank scared Taylor. So, I don't know. What do you think, Taylor? You're not...
I think that was you.
Oh, that's Hank. That's Hank the Bird, man.
Well, let me tell you about some really good birds who had an amazing fourth quarter performance. The Ravens.
That's right.
Exactly 1 week after they lost to the Miami Dolphins.
We like them better than Hank, although Hank's cool.
Yeah, he's all right.
Ravens left Foxborough as winners, big winners, 37-26 over New England.
And of course, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, another MVP-type performance with 5 total touchdowns.
The Ravens defense came away with 4 turnovers, 3 of those late in the fourth quarter. The Ravens now back in the win column. And make sure you show us your purple pride. You can submit your pictures and videos to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or you can use your Fox 45 mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then chime in.
Problems rise surrounding the latest student loan forgiveness announcement. After the break, how paying only 5% of discretionary income is going to work.
And Vice President Kamala Harris is in Japan right now. The plans for her tour of Asia over the next few days. 8:12 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
As part of President Biden's student loan forgiveness announcement last month, the White House also announced a plan to have future student loan borrowers pay 5% of their discretionary income to pay back new student loans. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joins us this morning to discuss this new wrinkle. Now, David, student loans over $500 billion rather, create that deficit here in the U.S., but how is this going to work going forward?
Good morning. And this is a new wrinkle, and this is going to be an expensive wrinkle. And this is how it works, is that future student loan borrowers only have to pay 5% of discretionary income to pay back these loans. So let's look at a few numbers here. So let's say you make $50,000 and you borrow $100,000 for student loans. You're paying back $2,500 a year. So as you can imagine, $2,500 a year, you're not going to pay back your student loan. And here's another issue is that after 20 years, so you pay $2,500 a year for 20 years. After 20 years, the Department of Education says you're done. No more payments. You're forgiven the rest of the loan. So you can see where this is going to cost taxpayers a lot of money. And if you look at the numbers, that $100,000, they're only paying back about $50,000 of a $100,000 loan. So this is going to add up. And, we see this with higher income folks too. $100,000, you're only paying back about $5,000 a year. And this is the wrinkle that no one was really talking about last month, but I think it's going to have a bigger fiscal impact on taxpayers than the $10,000 student loan forgiveness.
Interesting. So those costs really do seem to be adding up. How much do you think this will cost taxpayers in the years to come?
So here's the scary number, is that they're saying that this is going to be $100 billion a year extra in taxpayer costs. So this is really going to add to that $500 billion that you mentioned. So we're really looking at a huge bailout here. But here's another problem, is that universities, they're going to raise their tuition rates, because they know that students, can borrow as much money as really they want, because they're going to be bailed out after 20 years. So this does nothing to lower tuition rates. And I really think that this just really is bad news. And listen, this is all politics, right? This is not policy. The administration is doing this right before the election because they want the Democrats to retain the House and Senate. So this isn't about policy. It's about politics. And unfortunately, it's going to be a very expensive next couple of months, I think, for taxpayers as they roll out even more plans.
Absolutely. Easing for students with all of that debt, but definitely another concern for taxpayers as we look for this. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and get another check of your weather.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast heading into this new week.
Yeah, and ladies, we've been tracking it all morning, obviously talking about Ian. That's the big story weather-wise, because it actually could impact us here by the time we get to the weekend in Maryland. Now, we just have a brand new updated story on our website. It's foxbaltimore.com. We tell you about that website every now and then. But check it out there on the main page where we have an update on where that storm is headed. And I'm going to show you on our weather models and graphics here in just a sec. 61-year temp right now in Towson. No wind to speak of. That wind is going to pick up a little bit later today. Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around here. Seeing those numbers in the mid to upper 70s for that 1 and 2 o'clock hour. And 76 is our average this time of year. But numbers will actually start going down later this week. So today will be the warmest day of the week. We hit 80 yesterday for your Sunday, but then we're going to see those temps in the low to mid 70s and even some upper 70s down for our friends in Cambridge and Easton. 78 there today, 77 in Stevensville. Same number for you there in Baltimore City. As you can see, our temps around the country still seeing some warmer numbers, especially in Dallas, close to 90 today, 90 in New Orleans, even lower 80s in Denver, 85 in Albuquerque. So warmest part of the country is there, and even 93 in Los Angeles today. So that is definitely hot for folks there in Southern California. But we've got that nice cooler air that'll be in place. And look at this temperature trend. You can see those numbers actually going below average starting tomorrow and into Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We stay well below average. Some of us not even getting out of the 60s for our afternoon highs. Checking our future scan here. Got a couple of clouds that'll be around today. May pick up a stray shower or two in western Maryland, but not expecting any rain for us here in the Baltimore region. As we head into the future scan for Tuesday, again, the wind stays with us tomorrow with a couple of clouds hanging around as well. Still could be a bit breezy on Wednesday and Thursday as well, as more of a northwesterly flow comes in. That's going to bring in the cooler temperatures for the rest of the week. Update from the National Hurricane Center. Ian is still a Category 1 storm with 75-mile-an-hour sustained winds. The outer bands of this storm already impacting folks in Cuba. And you can see as we track this, we've got the warnings, the hurricane warnings in red for Cuba. Tropical storm watches as well extend all up to the Florida Keys and even parts of Tampa where they've got the tropical storm watch. This is the track of the storm, 120-mile-an-hour winds by early tomorrow morning. Then as it gets into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, up to 140. That puts it as a Cat 4 before it gets close to Tampa by the time we get into early Thursday morning, possibly as a Category 3. Now, not going to be making an impact or landfall in Tampa, but the impacts from the storm surge could be great. We could see a 6 to 8 foot storm surge there. Eta a couple of years ago, or Eta a few years ago, also brought a large storm surge, but this storm is expected to be bigger and stronger for the Tampa region, then making landfall right there on the Big Bend here in Florida into early Friday morning. And some of the impacts for us will be felt by next weekend. It'll be kind of gloomy, or this weekend will be kind of gloomy by the time we get into Saturday afternoon with a couple of showers around, but really Sunday is going to be a rainier day. And I know we got the Ravens helmet there, so a lot of folks head to the game. Just know, prepare for a wet afternoon at M&T Bank. Patrice?
Justin, thank you. Looking at our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, we are hearing about a crash on the inner loop near Cockeysville. It is right after Greenspring Avenue, and traffic is backed up to Liberty Road.
And with the Under Armour Performance Center powered by FX Fitness, and we're talking boxing coming up next. Why is it so popular? Why is it so hot right now? We'll get into that coming up next.
A24, it's so Baltimore. With the season change, some people may get a little moody.
Is this written about me? Okay. Now might be a good time.
Thanks for the warning, though.
Right? Might be a good time to boost your spirit with a little bit of working out. We got a workout plan here from our lifestyle host, Mark Clark. He's live at the Under Armour Performance Center with a little bit more.
He's about to take out some tension, it looks like.
Looks like it.
I'm with Mark Carr, trainer Mark Carr, and guys, boxing is red hot right now. And the thing about it, so Mark, it seems like boxing, you've been training forever.
Absolutely.
And so the thing I thought was interesting is that so many women are taking boxing, not only for the fitness benefits, for everything else, but guys too. Why is boxing so hot right now?
Well, I think right now is because, first of all, you get a full workout. Now, more women want to do it than men because, number one, they feel really empowered, you know, and as you can see with the group over here, they're really into it. So, and not just that, a great sweat. It's one of the best workouts you can do to get a great sweat. So that's why it's so popular. And also, you know, you have a full body workout when you do this particular workout. It's like a boot camp style HIIT workout with boxing incorporated.
I noticed, Mark, also the age group thing too. It's different ages,
absolutely,
different levels. I follow you. I stalk you on Instagram. I see some of your people are almost like pro level. Right. And you got people who are beginners. Right. So, Mark, just show me this basics. Can you give us a little basics? So I know you got the jab.
Right.
And you got the.
So as you know, that's your one. That's your two. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1. 2, 2. Give me that quick rep out like you usually do. That's it.
Yes, I'm a tiger. Oh, okay, calm down. So this is, ladies, something to do. This is great to get ready for next summer.
That's how you feel after you start boxing.
Get a little too into it, though.
No, that you get pumped like that. I know that's how I was when I took the classes. All right. Well, if you want information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Alrighty, the first full week of fall is here. Temps are running below average this week, but skies will be mostly sunny. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at how those temps are feeling.
Utility bills are on the rise, especially as we head into the colder months. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have some tips to help you lower your costs. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking a live look now at the Inner Harbor here in Baltimore on this Monday morning, and it is turning out to be a gorgeous Monday, especially after that Sunday rain and all the issues that we have with the high winds moving through. Our meteorologist team, they warned us about that was going to happen, and exactly what happened here when we had a little bit of severe weather in that weather alert Friday. So, yeah, now not too bad. So let's go over to Justin Chambers to find out exactly what this means. And then will we see anything from Ian later on this week?
Yeah, great question, Tom. That's what we're continuing to track, that storm that is still a Category 1 storm in the Caribbean. Eventually, it's going to be moving up toward the Gulf of Mexico. And yes, could impact us by the end of the week. But overall, looking good right now. Here's another shot from our Towson camera. Some of those leaves starting to change a little bit, especially with this nice sunny afternoons, clear skies, and then the cool nights. That's exactly what we need to help kind of intensify that leaf changeover or color changeover. changeover. Mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours, out for a run or a jog. Your jogging cast, mild conditions here this morning. We're on our way to 77 today, partly cloudy and mild. It will be a bit breezy to windy this afternoon, and today will be the warmest day of the next couple because we're going to see cooler numbers into Tuesday and Wednesday. A closer look at that and the update on Ian in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we're hearing about a crash. You can see a slowdown right there. This is in Pikesville, right in the inner loop, right after Green Spring Avenue, but the cameras aren't showing anything, and typically it's a little bit congested in that area this time of the morning, so we'll try and find out some more information about that crash.
Switching gears here to your 2022 vote coverage. Now, voters will have a chance to weigh in on the future of recreational marijuana use here in Maryland.
Yeah, a recent Goucher poll shows 62% of voters say if voters do decide to legalize recreational marijuana, the state should then expunge the records of those charged with or convicted of marijuana use and/or possession. 29% said the state should not do that.
Now, the poll also shows the majority of Marylanders plan to vote in favor of legalizing recreational uses of marijuana come November.
Shannon Lilly joining us here in studio with a look at the question that will be on your ballot and how people on both sides are responding. Shannon?
Yeah, it's certainly a polarizing issue, Tom, but more and more Marylanders seem to indicate that they will vote in favor. In fact, let's get you to a look at the question on the referendum that you will be voting on here in the state. And notice that it asks if you would want cannabis to be legalized for people 21 and older on or after this coming July. State lawmakers also approved complementary legislation which specifies that if passed, you could legally possess up to 1.5 ounces by that date. But Paul Armentano, deputy director for the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, believes at this point lawmakers should be taking this a step further, and he questions why they haven't acted sooner.
The ballot referendum that Marylanders will be deciding on is simply a question that asks voters if they want lawmakers to legalize marijuana in Maryland. It doesn't bring a legal adult use regulated market to Maryland anytime soon. It simply throws the question once again back in the hands of lawmakers who are going to have to go back to Annapolis and hash out the details of what a legal regulated adult use market in Maryland will look like. That process will probably take many months, if not many years.
Meanwhile, Luke Niforato, CEO of the political action group Protect Our Kids, is fighting against legalization and more specifically the establishment of a profit-driven marijuana industry. He sent this statement saying in part, quote, "There's a false dichotomy between legalizing marijuana and criminalizing its use. Polls often only ask about these two extremes, omitting real-world policy alternatives like decriminalizing it and legalizing only medical marijuana." He then points to a recent state and national Emerson College poll that indicates when given the option, a majority of voters reject the full legalization of marijuana and instead they favor more measured approaches to the issue. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Taylor?
We're turning now to a consumer alert this morning with fall temperatures here on the rise. Americans are bracing for those higher heating bills.
Oh, yeah. Families expected to pay an average 17% more for home heat this coming season compared to last winter. Those who heat with natural gas, they're facing the highest increase of more than 34% this season.
Electric heat is expected to see a 7% increase.
Olivia Dans joins us live this morning with ways to lower your bills. Olivia?
Well, Taylor and Tom, if you aren't already feeling the impacts of inflation on your utility bills, then there's no doubt that you will come winter. But the good news is there's some ways to lower your costs. I spoke with an economics professor at Towson University who says that most Marylanders get their heating from natural gas, but the war in Ukraine has put pressure on gas prices and U.S. production hasn't kept up, leading to an increase on our utility bills.
I suspect they've gone up somewhere between 25 to 40% increases month over month. I imagine that this year's winter bill, barring a mild winter, will probably be a bit more expensive than people really were anticipating, and will eat into their budget. So it's gonna be a challenge.
Experts suggest that this winter will probably be the most severe price increase we could see. But Michael Holcomb, owner of Complete Climate Services Heating and Air Conditioning, says there's ways you can save money every month.
Your filter needs changed every 3 months, and if you have a pet, it needs changed once a month. By changing your filter alone, you can save 5 to 10% on your energy bills and a significant amount of money in repairs.
Beyond just changing or cleaning your filter, it's important to make sure your house is insulated and that no warm or cold air is leaking out through windows or doors. And something you can actually do instantly is turning your thermostat up higher when using air conditioning or down a few degrees when using the heat.
Sweet spot is whatever you can tolerate, essentially. The difference between, the heating and the cooling season is in the wintertime, you can always put on an extra layer. So if you really want to save, set your thermostat to, 65 or even 60 degrees, and that's going to feel warm compared to 55 outside.
And even though prices will likely get worse before they get better, if you start incorporating these tips, you could save hundreds of dollars a year. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Right now, Vice President Kamala Harris touched down in Japan this morning. This is a live look over Tokyo as she's set to begin her tour of Asia this morning. Now there, Vice President Kamala Harris landed this morning to begin that tour. This is video of her arriving there. This morning, she'll meet with Japan's Prime Minister Kishida Fumio. Later in the week, she'll go to South Korea and meet with the president there. This comes as tensions remain high in Asia. Just a day before the vice president's trip, North Korea filed a short-range ballistic missile towards its eastern seas. South Korean military leaders say the missile flew 350 miles before landing off the eastern coast of North Korea. This marks the start of a new joint military drill between South Korea and the U.S. For the first time in 5 years, the U.S. sending an aircraft carrier to South Korea, marking its commitment to the country amid North Korea's nuclear threats. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Tom, back to you.
Well, thank you, Taylor. Big shows, big season just ahead. The shows you need to be watching right here on Fox 45. And staying dry with temperatures in the 70s today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at how the temperatures hold up for your first full week of fall. And he's got some issues with PSLs now. Controversy next. 8:37 is your time.
We're 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock. We're talking about my pumpkin spice latte experience that I had last week, and it was ruined because I went 2 pumps on the pumpkin spice, and I think I probably should have at least done 3. I threw oat milk in there. Tom said I messed up the whole equation. So anyway, I don't know. I got to figure it out. Maybe we'll get another one. But a great morning for enjoying whatever kind of latte you'd like here. And temperatures this afternoon are going to warm up. We're talking about mid to upper 70s. Get some of that yard work done. Get those mums planted and ready to go for the fall season, and those pumpkins out there as well. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you for your confessional there, Justin. We appreciate it. Today, the action of 911 resumes, as well as the cleaning lady. Then tomorrow, violence returns on The Resident, followed by concert preparation on Monarch. Now, Wednesday.
Rolling the dice here on more guesses with The Masked Singer, and then build it up to a special guest on Lego Masters. Thursday is season premiere night. Hell's Kitchen kicks off Battle of the Ages, 40-somethings versus 20-somethings. I like to see that one. Welcome to the Flatch and Call Me Kat. Follow the cook-off, and your work week finished off with the WWE Friday Night SmackDown on Fox Sports. And don't stop the music. Oh, wait, this isn't what it goes. And please don't stop the music. That's what they're trying to go for.
There she is.
Right?
That's much better than Justin's version. Yeah.
Rihanna is confirmed to headline the 2023 Super Bowl halftime show.
Don't stop the Taylor music. The NFL tweeting the big news, calling the singer a once-in-a-generation artist just yesterday.
Super Bowl will be held at the State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. On February 12th, the game normally draws some of the biggest crowds in TV each year. Hopefully, our Ravens will be there.
There you go.
Already, the FDA now granting emergency authorization for Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine. Coming up, how this provides a broader protection against new variants.
And Ian is on the move, and people in Florida are making sure they are ready. Just ahead, the latest prediction on just how strong this hurricane could get. 8:42 is the time. .45 and in your health headlines, the FDA has now granted emergency authorization for Moderna's COVID vaccine for broader protection against these new variants. Just before we head into this busy fall season with holiday travel and family gatherings, well, joining us now, Moderna's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Paul Burton. Dr. Burton, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You just heard me right there talking about going into this season. I mean, we think influenza, so is it going to be now for the rest of our lives just think influenza and COVID shots?
I think that is right, Tom. We know this is a virus that keeps evolving. It seems likely that everybody is going to need a yearly COVID booster.
And so if we do the yearly COVID booster, that's just annual booster shot there. Are there going to be some you think that may come out in between? Because we're starting to see a little bit more. A lot of people are saying, okay, what's the BA4 and the 5? What does that mean? I just had a booster. Do I need another one?
Yeah. Look, as I say, this virus keeps mutating. The power of mRNA is that we can keep up with it now. So it might be that even in between winter shots, it does evolve and we get a new vaccine. But if you had a booster more than 3 months ago, or if you had COVID more than 3 months ago, now is the time to get this new vaccine, this updated vaccine, get protected for winter.
Dr. Burton, what do you say, though, the people that are hesitant now because they see, like, oh, the president's saying, you know, the pandemic's over, or you'll see professional athletes saying, you know what, I don't want to put that in my body because I don't know what's going on yet. But yet we're seeing, though, that there's scientific facts saying that it does actually help fight the virus.
Absolutely. Look, I think the president is right that we're not in those very dark days of the pandemic, but, you know, cases are going up again, hospitalizations in the UK, cases are starting to rise here again as well. You know, we're not out of the pandemic yet. So we have these updated vaccines. They're extremely safe. They're extremely effective. They'll keep you and your loved ones protected. So now is the time to get boosted.
And then any hesitant people that are out there, what do you say to them saying, okay, well, I just had COVID, so I don't really need a booster until the next round next year?
Yeah. Well, look, because this virus keeps changing, even if you've had COVID, you're still at risk of getting the new version of COVID again. If you've had COVID and you get boosted now, you'll actually get extremely high antibody levels. So you'll get very good protection now. So it really makes sense to go ahead and get boosted as we go into autumn.
Dr. Burton, thank you so much. We appreciate your expertise and spending a few minutes with us.
Thank you.
Alrighty, continuing coverage this morning of Fiona. It left behind widespread destruction in eastern parts of Canada over the weekend.
It just kept leaning and leaning until it finally came down.
Hundreds of thousands without power after the storm slammed into the coast there, carrying hurricane-force winds, torrential rainfall. Now the conditions collapsing homes, toppling trees all across the region. Nova Scotia authorities declaring a state of emergency due to many of their roads being undrivable.
And in Puerto Rico, officials are still trying to assess the damage a week after the storm made landfall. Thousands remain without electricity. Gas stations and other businesses have had to board up or shut down due to the lack of fuel and generators.
Once the power goes out, the water goes out. So we're still hopefully days away from recovery, but it could be longer than that.
Well, the National Guard says it will first send fuel to hospitals and other infrastructure.
Florida is under a state of emergency due to Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, and that storm is expected to become a Category 4 hurricane before weakening, expected to hit Florida on the Gulf side later this week. Residents spent the day getting prepared, many flocking to stores, stocking up on generators, canned food, water, and gas.
Even if you're not necessarily right in the eye of the path of the storm, there's going to be pretty broad impacts throughout the state. You're going to have wind, you're going to have water, there could be flooding on the east coast of Florida.
I encourage those that are not to always take a storm serious, because you can never estimate where that storm might turn, and we need to be prepared.
And as the trajectory moves northward, we're tracking the latest conditions here. Justin Chambers, our meteorologist, he's in with your update on the forecast. Could we see anything here? Could we have any of the impacts of Ian where we are?
Well, we are going to have at least some of those impacts by the time we get into the weekend, Taylor. It'll mainly just be some rain showers and some breezy to windy conditions. Right now, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center just in the top of the hour, and that's an intermediate update. They'll have a full update at 11 a.m. Still 75-mile-an-hour winds, a very strong hurricane that is going to undergo rapid intensification over the next couple of hours and next couple of days as well. These are some of the watches that are posted. This is a hurricane watch. The areas from Tampa and Bradenton down toward Cape Coral. Tropical storm watches are posted there as well. The storm surge watch. This is something else I want to talk about. All of those areas in pink from Tampa all the way down to the Florida Keys. And especially as you zoom in a little bit closer to the Tampa Bay region, you can see Tampa Bay right there. This is where we're expecting that storm surge of 6 to 8 feet potentially, which is why folks there are getting ready as that storm gets close to the Tampa region. Now, let me show you the track on this and why, just because it doesn't make landfall in Tampa, I don't want people to think that that's, oh, everything is going to be fine. It's going to stay west of Tampa. We're good. Let me show you what's going to happen. So 75-mile-an-hour winds right now. By early tomorrow morning, the west coast of Cuba being hit with this storm. And then it's going to get into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, where this is when it starts to really intensify up to a Category 4 storm with 140-mile-an-hour winds, still maintaining major hurricane status by Wednesday afternoon. And then this is Wednesday evening into early Thursday morning. And notice the eye of the storm, again, not making landfall in Tampa, but all of that storm surge coming up into Tampa Bay and on the west coast of Florida is what we have to worry about here with this storm. Now, it will make landfall more than likely early Friday morning right there in the Big Bend region with about 90-mile-an-hour winds, and then track up toward Gainesville, Jacksonville, up into Georgia by the time we get into the weekend. And by the time we see Saturday and Sunday, we'll get more of that cloud cover and kind of that tropical moisture that'll be in play. But everything looking great right now. You can see Camden Yards right there was able to head out to the game on Friday night. What a great win it was for the O's. And they split the series with the Astros, so that's good. I mean, we didn't lose the series and we didn't get swept. The good news as well, we're only 4 games out from the wild card spot. So we need Tampa and we need other teams like Seattle to keep losing while we keep winning. All right, 65 next hour for your forecast. 75 by noon and mid to upper 70s here into the afternoon. Should top out about 77 today. Sun goes to bed at 6:57 tonight. And here's a look at that 7-day forecast. Our numbers are going to drop. So mid 70s tomorrow, lower 70s into Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Overnight lows into the 40s and 50s. So we'll have some chilly mornings. You can see the weekend right there, bringing some scattered showers, potentially on Saturday, but it looks like the better, heavier rain is coming on Sunday. And yes, there's going to be a Ravens game. So if you're heading to the game, just plan for a wet afternoon at M&T Bank Stadium. Let's take a look at a view through your window. I love the names of these cats. Melissa sent this in. On the left, Rick James. On the right, Butters. So clearly, she is a Chappelle Show fan as well as a South Park fan. So thank you, Melissa, for sending that picture in. We'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen. Back to you.
Netflix announcing a new season premiere date for its hit series, The Crown. Still to come why the date was delayed in the first place.
Oh, and cool fall mornings means it's time to get up and out early for these early workouts once again. We are live at Under Armour's Performance Center with some popular workouts.
And before you go to the gym, the best way to get fired up?
You know it.
Oh,
with a
yeah.
coffee break.
Coffee break.
Well, topping your morning consumer alert, next Netflix is announcing a premiere date of season 5 of The Crown. Now, the streaming site had postponed the event following the death of Queen Elizabeth II, but now we are learning season 5 will drop November 9th. Views of The Crown have surged following the death of Queen Elizabeth. The company says viewership of season 1, the award-winning series, has skyrocketed. Topping your local news, Marriott is celebrating the start of construction on its new global headquarters in downtown Bethesda. Hotel chain hosting a ribbon-cutting ceremony Friday after 6 years of planning, designing, and construction. See the big ribbon right there. 21-story, nearly 800,000 square foot building is the new workplace for corporate associates. JetBlue could see workers form a union. Currently, 46% of JetBlue workers have union representation, including pilots and in-flight crew. But that number could go up. About 3,000 ground crew workers are looking to join the union. Reps for the workers say they want better pay, benefits, and working conditions. Good news for Costco customers. Memberships will not increase, at least for now. The company also saying its $1.50 hot dog and drink combos won't see a price increase. Now, the company usually raises its memberships every 5 years, but the company is holding off, citing a surge in new memberships. Costco's regular yearly membership costs $60, while executive ones are, well, closer to $100. Keeping your floors clean can feel like an endless battle, but Genevieve Gorder is here with a handy solution to keep your home tidy at a special low price. Here's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking. Who's with me? When a floor looks dirty, the whole house feels dirty, right? So let's be honest, vacuuming isn't fun. And apparently most of us don't like vacuuming, because I have a very disturbing fact to share with all of you. Are you ready? A carpet is up to 4 times dirtier than your toilet bowl. I'm not kidding, and I'm sorry about it. So the solution, what is it? This will be familiar to a lot of you. This is the HUV robot vacuum. Now, if you have pets, kids, allergies, or just a life, robot vacuums are a godsend and so easy to set up. All you have to do is download the HUV app on your phone, and this little guy right here does all of the work for you. Under the sofa, under the bed, the kitchen, after every meal. Yes, the app is super easy to use, and it can even connect to your Google Home or Amazon Alexa. HUV cleans and disinfects, clearing your space of dust and all other irritants. What I think is really special is that it even has an air purifier and kills bacteria while vacuuming. That is very extra. And you don't need to be home to use HUV. You can use the app, schedule a cleaning while you're out. You have guests coming over and want that special touch. You can add your favorite essential oil built right into the aroma diffuser to make your space smell as good as it looks. Today we are offering a big percent, 30% off. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Monday, September 26th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like. Looks gorgeous out there right now.
I haven't been outside since I came in and it was chilly. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, it's time for me to jump back outside.
Come on.
Yeah.
Next commercial break. I'm there.
Get out there, just get some fresh air. Hey, by the way, it's National Pancake Day. I can't believe it's taken me this long to say that. I don't know why, but
yeah, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? You
sorry.
feeling bad?
I've been busy tracking Ian.
That's right.
Sorry. A lot of things happening.
Getting in your way.
Yeah, the Doppler's getting in my way. So we are tracking Hurricane Ian, and we'll have another update on that. You can see that large storm right there, Category 1 storm in the Caribbean Sea as we speak. We'll take a closer look outside right now at our Towson camera, and we've got a few clouds kind of hanging around. Overall, things are very nice this morning, as we were talking about, and today we'll see a mix of clouds and sun with a breezy to windy afternoon. We are tracking that storm and the impacts that it could have on us here locally by the time we get to the weekend. So as you're out and about over the next few hours, mid-60s this hour and lower 70s in that 10 and 11 o'clock hour. And we'll see highs today in the low to mid and even upper 70s across central Maryland for your Monday. Well, coming up in a few minutes, a little cooler as we get into the later part of the week, and we'll tell you just exactly how those numbers shape up or shape out. Tom, how are we looking on the roads?
Roads actually looking pretty good this morning. We haven't had too much activity. However, we are still looking at this one right here where there's a slowdown on the outer and inner loops here. In fact, somewhere around just we're starting to get some volume picking up, so we have some issues. One other one is debris in the roadway, 695's outer loop, right near 97 and 695's eastbound ramp there. That's about it. Well, new this morning, the Kremlin says it's in sporadic contact with the U.S. about nuclear weapons.
National correspondent Atra Anashar joins us live from Capitol Hill with the details and what we know about Russia's latest drone strike in Ukraine. Atra, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Patrice. So this strike hit Ukrainian military targets, causing a massive fire and explosion and prompted a civilian evacuation of the area, according to Ukrainian military reports. And hours ago, a spokesperson for the Kremlin told reporters that they've got channels for dialogue with the U.S. that allow them to exchange emergency messages about each other's positions. And this is coming hours after U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan warned Russia will face catastrophic consequences and the U.S. will respond decisively if they use nuclear weapons. Now, last week, Russian President Vladimir Putin implied he would use nuclear weapons to defend Russian territory. And right now, Russia is holding what the U.S. and allies agree are sham referenda set to end tomorrow. G7 leaders are out with a joint statement saying that these referenda have no legal legitimacy and encourage the rest of the world to reject the expected result of Russia attempting to annex these regions and then potentially, as Putin threatened, defend that territory with the hundreds of thousands of soon-to-be mobilized conscripts or potentially nuclear weapons.
Now, Atra, Vice President Kamala Harris, kicking off her trip to Asia, is in Japan this morning, where she just met with the Prime Minister. She's set to encounter several controversies, though, along her trip. Explain that for us.
Yeah, so let's just start with the funeral tomorrow of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who was assassinated back in July. Polls suggest more than half of the Japanese population is against holding this roughly $11 million funeral. So we're seeing protests break out, as many are angry about the cost, but also the fact that it is a state funeral, which is an honor typically preserved for members of the imperial family of Japan. And many disapprove of Abe's legacy, and also there's some suspicions about what the honor means amid concerns perhaps of rumored government ties with a controversial church. So while she's abroad, the vice president will also stop in South Korea. They're trying to mend their ties with Japan that have been strained since World War II. There's also provocation coming from North Korea over the weekend. They fired a ballistic missile off of its eastern coast ahead of not just the vice president's trip, but planned military drills between the U.S. and South Korea. And in both Japan and South Korea, Tom and Patrice, the White House says that peace in the Taiwan Strait will be central to the vice president's discussions with leaders, but she's now got this added task of having to clean up or clarify President Biden's comments he made in a 60 Minutes interview in which he said the U.S. would defend Taiwan should it be invaded by China. The White House again insisting that the president was not announcing a policy change there.
All right, thank you, Atra. 52% of voters have a high level of trust in the FDA's public health experts. Scott Rasmussen, national survey finding 41% have a low level of trust. The survey found lower levels of trust in CDC experts, with 54% or 44% saying their trust was high, 48% saying it was low. Just 34% have high levels of trust in the NIH experts, and 17% have never even heard of the agency.
Well, this morning, we are hearing about a possible stabbing in Baltimore County.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live now from Cockeysville with what she's learning. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, this is still an ongoing investigation, but what we know at this time is that Baltimore County Police received a call just before 7:30 last night for reports of a stabbing right here on Lord Byron Lane. And when they arrived, they found two victims who were suffering from stab wounds. Those victims were transported by ambulance to a local hospital where they received treatment, but we're still working to find out the ages of those victims now. But again, this is still an ongoing investigation, and police tell us they will have more information at a later time. So we'll bring you those updates as we learn more. Back to you.
Olivia, the Baltimore County Police Union has been saying that crime is on the rise there. Have we heard from county leadership in response to what the union is saying?
Yeah, Patrice, that's exactly right. We know back in August, the president of the Baltimore County Police Union slammed county leaders for their response to crime. Take a listen.
The people have a right to know, and they bury these carjacking numbers. They bury the shooting number. Leadership is failing. I think they're failing to be transparent. They're failing to be accountable, and they're failing to come up with a plan to stop the bleed here.
At the time, a spokesperson for the county executive said that crime is not rising, so we'll just have to wait and see how county leaders respond to this most recent incident. For now, reporting live in Cockeysville, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. 9:06 now, and turning to your Vote 2022 coverage. A referendum on whether to legalize recreational marijuana for individuals 21 and older will be on the ballot this November.
And according to a recent Goucher College poll, voters are likely to vote to legalize recreational use of marijuana in Maryland.
Now, Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio with how that could change or impact our state. Shannon?
Yeah, if legalized, Tom, this could lead to a big uptick in tax revenue, and that's a major reason political analyst John Deedy thinks many people are supporting it. In fact, according to the most recent Goucher College poll right here, you can see that 59% of Maryland residents indicate they will vote in favor of legalizing recreational marijuana on the November ballot, and that's while 34% right here say they will vote against it. 7% are still undecided. This is all in line with trends that we've seen over the last decade.
Last year, Colorado took in $420 million in tax revenue. Legislators need money, and increasing taxes is never popular. But finding ways of creating tax revenue with sin taxes is always popular. And I think the poll really showed that people want to do something like this.
Now, Deedy says something to watch for, though, is the potential negative social and economic impact that legalization could have for people who just don't want to be around it. Take a listen.
Have to be very careful about making sure that where it may be legalized and it's being used, is it impacting communities economically and socially, where people say, I don't want to be in that area anymore. I don't want to shop in that area anymore. I've got kids with me. I wanted to go out and go to an event, and I'm smelling marijuana all over the place.
Now, if voters do vote in favor of this in November, as predicted, people 21 and older will legally be able to possess 1.5 ounces come July. But it's important to note that the legislature has set up a working group that's in charge of looking ahead to the legalization of marijuana from both a health standpoint to a criminal justice system standpoint. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice.
All right, Shannon, thank you. New this hour, Tropical Storm Ian is now Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, and Taylor Stewart is in our live center right now with the latest. Taylor.
That's right. This is a look at our Weather Authority radar. And as you said, Tropical Storm Ian now a Category 1 hurricane. Here's some updated watches and warnings for you. Cuba and the Grand Cayman Islands are under hurricane warnings. The lower Florida Keys under that tropical storm warning. That includes Key West. We also now have a tropical storm watch and hurricane watches posted for the west coast of Florida. There's also storm surge watches, as we could see storm surge up to 6 to 8 feet. Now in Florida, people are already bracing for flooding. You can see people there preparing sandbags in flood-prone areas. Gas stations seeing long lines for fuels as millions begin stocking up ahead of Ian. And schools in the Tampa Bay area already closing ahead of Ian's arrival. But still, Governor DeSantis says this state is ready.
We have activated the Florida National Guard. They are activating 2,500 guardsmen at the moment, and if there is a need for more, then we could do more, and our state EOC is at a level 1.
As meteorologist Justin Chambers has said all morning, we're expecting it to strengthen pretty quickly here, so we'll keep you updated. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
All right, thanks, Taylor. And stay with Fox 45 News Hour. Megan Gillen will be going to Florida to cover the storm. You can follow along both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
9:09 now. In fall into fitness, or fight your way back to fitness and improve your mood during these cooler months.
The Under Armour Performance Center has just about everything you need to get fit and healthy.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark has been fighting all morning long in the gym. Now it looks like you're outside just enjoying it. My goodness. How you doing, Mark?
Man, a beautiful day. I'm here with Anthony. Anthony's one of our trainers. And again, Anthony, this kind of facility, the view, this field, I think this is probably rare, right?
Yes, sir.
Other places don't have this.
No, sir, they don't.
Look at Baltimore, once again doing it. And so we
Yes,
saw
sir.
the beautiful inside facility. How do you incorporate that out here?
So with having all the space and all the equipment you could ever wish for on the inside, we try to use this as much as we can for it. And we can scale anything out here to any various levels of fitness. And so on a nice day like this, we pop those doors open, we come out here, and it's not every day you get a beautiful view like this. So
We outside.
Yes, sir, we outside. Let me show you a couple
here?
things. Yes, sir.
Okay, so
we got our ball slam, so just big overhead, big slam, catch that ball. Whatever frustrations you got from the yeah, put it in there. There you go.
Tom!
Good, there you go. All right, now coming next, we just got to burpee to the ball. So you're going to go down, hands on the ball, bring your chest right to the ball, pop back up.
Okay.
That's it. There you go.
Patrice! This is for you!
And then your last one, sir, is going to be just a mountain climber, all right? So we're going to hold that ball. We're going to squeeze it nice and tight, squeeze those glutes, and we're going to drive just like we try and push a sled.
All right. Okay.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Stay on them feet.
Oh, wait a minute.
There you go.
Something's wrong with this ball. So guys, once again, you know, this is rare to have this in your city. So look, we have it here in Baltimore. We got to take advantage of it.
Sir.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful until they make you start doing all those things.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with ball.
No. Balls start getting deflated, right?
All right, good job, Mark.
Well, if you'd like some more information about how you can grab a ball and slam it around too and get in shape, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, a mission to save humanity coming up. Why NASA is crashing a spacecraft into an asteroid today.
Protests over the Johns Hopkins University police force. Just ahead this morning, the roadblock with the upcoming town halls. 9:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(9:14) Baltimore City Police are investigating multiple shootings that happened this weekend. 7 people were shot in the past 2 days. That includes a triple shooting in South Baltimore Saturday night. The victims, including a 19-year-old. All 7 people shot this weekend are expected to survive. Now, one of the shootings happened on the block. This is video from citizens. It happened as bars were closing. Police haven't released many details on what happened, but say a 27-year-old man was shot in the leg. They say they arrested 2 men, both 26 years of age, right there at the scene. So far this year, 253 people have been murdered in Baltimore. Twice that number have been hurt in shootings.
Now, it's another critical week for Johns Hopkins University and its plans for a private and armed police force.
Some in the community have pushed back on those plans. We saw the pushback last week.
Well, this was during the first 3 public meetings on their plan. Those against the plan say they're concerned about how the private force will interact with people of color. Supporters say the force is needed as the Baltimore Police Department sees a staffing shortage and crime at the university's 3 campuses rises, especially at its East Baltimore campus. Baltimore Police Department spokesperson said they were skeptical, though, saying its officers would still have to assist in investigating crimes that happen on campus. Fox 45 News questioned Mayor Brandon Scott about whether he will sign off on the plan or block it.
I think that we've seen these protests happen the entire time, and really it's up to Hopkins to understand what their entire community wants and make a decision on whether they want to move forward or not. But what I will say is that when you think about universities around the city, including Coppin and Morgan, they have police forces. We know that University of Baltimore has a police force. UMD, most colleges do have that.
Now, this week's town halls are scheduled for Thursday and Friday. You can find more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com. City Hall will also hold a hearing on Thursday. It's 9:17 now. Let's get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and take a look at the forecast. Forgot to go outside. I'm going to do it right now.
Okay.
While you're doing your thing.
All right. Go.
Well, okay.
I want to see it.
I'm going. You don't trust me?
No, I just want to make sure you get
All right,
the
I'm walking
doors
out.
right there. It's beautiful. It's very beautiful.
I'll report back.
Yeah, I want to hear you. Her mic should work if she opens it up.
Oh, geez.
Can you hear anything? How's it look?
It's very sunny.
See?
Still, it's got a little crisp in the air, but
Okay.
it's nice.
See? That is weather live, ladies and gentlemen. That is a live report from our weather watcher, Patrice S. Here's a look right now from our live cam in Towson. Good morning to all of you. I hope you're enjoying your morning so far, sipping some coffee with us. That cold front is well to the east of us. This is what brought us those storms yesterday afternoon and evening. We were 80 degrees before those storms rolled in. Now we'll see some cooler temperatures, not only now, but as we head into the next couple of days as well. There's Hank the Bird on our Bird is the Word cap. Happy that the Orioles are 4 back and that the Ravens got the win back in the win column. Victory Monday today, 75 by noon, mid to upper 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. I don't know about y'all, but our AC's been off for the last couple of days, trying to save on some of that energy. Windows open for sure with that fresh air, especially in the morning time. Some have turned the heaters on as well. In my opinion, a little extreme. But you know what? To each their own. It's all good. Get those blankets ready to go. Low to mid and upper 70s here across central Maryland for the afternoon today. And those temperatures are going to remain mainly in the 70s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. 77 down the ocean there in Ocean City and 82 in Richmond today. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we've got 3 greens across the board, staying mainly dry with really no issues out there in terms of any rainfall. You can see that here on our future scan. So a few clouds will build in later today. May see a stray shower in western Maryland for the afternoon and evening time. As we head toward Tuesday, though, again, staying mainly dry. You'll see a few showers. The wind is what's going to pick up here today and tomorrow. So breezy to windy conditions, even some breezes hanging around into Wednesday. That's going to be more of that northerly flow, and that's going to bring that cooler air in for the second half of the week, and especially as we head toward the weekend. All eyes are on Hurricane Ian. Outer bands already impacting folks there in Cuba, 75-mile-an-hour winds. And you can see what's going on with this. We've been talking about this all morning, the last couple of days, too. Once it gets past Cuba here, gets out of the open waters of the Atlantic, with nothing to kind of slow it down, all it's going to do is start spinning around and firing up, getting more of that warm Gulf of Mexico water, that rapid intensification, more than likely up to a Category 4 storm before it starts getting closer to the west coast of Florida. We already have those warnings and watches posted for Cuba, into tropical storm warnings for the southwest Florida Keys. We were talking about that with Taylor a moment ago. And the storm surge watch, something else to talk about. Now, here's a look at our track on this storm, and you can see what's going to be happening as we get into Wednesday early morning. Could be that Cat 4. But remember that the strongest wind and the strongest storm surge are on the eastern part of the storm. So that means all of the west coast of Florida going to be inundated with this storm, and that's why they have those storm surge watches that are posted. Early Thursday morning, it will be just west of Tampa and then making landfall by the time we get into the Big Bend area by probably Thursday night, Friday morning. So don't be so hung up on where the landfall is. Just know that this storm, the closer it gets, and the eastern edge of that storm is why folks in Florida need to be really getting ready for that hurricane that's headed their way. Now, for us, it does look like we're going to see some scattered showers by the time we get into late Saturday afternoon and early Sunday morning. So right now, the latest model run does show that by the game time on Sunday, we could see most of that rain moving out of here. That's good news if you're going to the game. But again, just watch that forecast. We're still 5-6 days out. Either way, we'll get some of that rain from Ian in our area by this weekend. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we have our quad boxes up right here, but we also have something on our smartboard, if we can pull that up. That's up right at 95 northbound at 152. This is probably your biggest slowdown. Already a construction zone northbound there, and it looks like one of those big campers you see. That's the one that stopped. It says one vehicle involved here. It looks like there's two involved, though, on this incident, so that's your slowdown. 95 northbound right at, if you're heading over to Aberdeen, right at 152 on Mountain Road.
Shine bright like a diamond. Still ahead this morning, Rihanna set to take the stage for a big event.
Saving the world, why NASA is purposely crashing a spacecraft into an asteroid, and it's all happening a little later today. 9:21, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
NASA has a planetary defense system and is on a mission to keep the world safe.
Later today, NASA's Double Asteroid Redirection Test, or DART, will intentionally crash into a near-Earth asteroid in the name of, as you were saying, planetary defense. The question is, can we redirect an asteroid if we ever actually needed to? That's what they're testing, trying to figure out. A NASA scientist explains the process.
Tonight, we are testing something called kinetic impact technology, which involves spacecraft slamming into an asteroid and changing its orbit to knock it off course, essentially. This is the first time this technology will have been tested in history. And as you said, it's something we could one day use to potentially prevent an asteroid hitting the Earth. We don't know of any asteroids that will do that right now, but just like you don't test your airbags in a car crash, we want to test this technology before we need it, so we're ready if that scenario arises.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, he seems nice and cheery, but I think he's a little on edge.
$325 million project right here, first attempt.
Yeah, you don't just do it. Just, let's see, in case we ever need this.
They keep showing the video of one actually pummeling towards Earth. Now, okay, in 2016, NASA says, and this is all tied in with Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory in Laurel. This is where it's all happening from. They said that in 2016, a asteroid went over Russia and blew out building windows and stuff in 6 Russian towns when it came across.
Okay.
So they're saying like something, and that was a little bit, the one that they're shooting is about the same size as that one or a little bit smaller than that.
So they're just trying to get.
Right.
So did you see whatever shot across the sky over the weekend?
Yeah, well, that was the solar one. So I missed it. We were outside too, but I guess we had trees over us.
I didn't see it, but I saw it all over social media.
Everybody on social
Everybody
media,
was talking about it. So if you did look up into the sky Saturday evening and you saw that mysterious light, you weren't alone because it was all over social media. That light just barreling through the dark sky, and you're trying to tell me there's no connection between what they're testing and this? I don't know. We know the reason, so we're told it wasn't a UFO or an asteroid.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of people are saying, wait a minute, that jet's flying backwards. That's what a lot of people were trying to report because the lights were going the wrong way. But the light was actually from a rocket launch, and you can see the rocket launch there. That's launching is SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket with 52 Starlink satellites was launched from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida around 7:30 and just went up the East Coast. Clear skies provided that great view for many in the region and all up and down the East Coast. Yeah, it was just incredible.
All right, well, here's what's coming up tonight. The action of 911 resumes, as well as the cleaning lady. And then tomorrow, violence returns on The Resident. That's then followed by concert preparation on Monarch.
Then Wednesday, roll the dice on more guesses with The Masked Singer, and then build it up with a special guest on Lego Masters. Thursday, season premiere night. Hell's Kitchen kicks off Battle of the Ages, 40-somethings versus 20-somethings. Welcome to Flatch, and Call Me Kat follow with the cook-off. Now your work week finishes up with WWE Friday Night SmackDown. That's right here on Fox. Of course, don't stop the music either. Please don't stop. Well, actually, you know what? Taylor did it a lot better than Justin or I have, so
we'll let it stay there.
We'll just stay there and let Rihanna do it. And she was confirmed to be headlining the 2023 Super Bowl halftime show.
The NFL tweeted that big news, calling the singer a once-in-a-generation artist.
Yeah, and then the Super Bowl will be held State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, February 12th. The game normally draws one of the biggest single TV audiences this year. You can watch it right here on FOX45 this year. And then also, we were just talking about flag football the week before. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, there's been the discussion about what the Pro Bowl will now be.
Yeah, Maryland is poised to legalize recreational marijuana. Coming up is the debate for and against the move.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday morning, 9:31. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's saying it's a gorgeous day today, but you're already looking towards the end of the week.
I am. Tom, did you go outside yet?
I have. I was outside like an hour ago.
Okay, good. So you guys both got some fresh air, right? You're feeling good?
Yes, Dad. Okay. I mean, Justin.
Good. All right. I'd like to take care of you. Taking a look outside right now, and it is really pretty here from our Towson camera. Notice the numbers on the right side of your screen. A lot of us are in the 60s this morning, and we started off in the 50s. It'll be chilly again later tonight into tomorrow morning again. But right now, 59 in Cockeysville, 62 in Rosedale, 66 in Dundalk, Essex and Middle River, right about 67. Lower 70s out for your run or your jog in the next couple of hours. Mild conditions, but staying nice and dry. And it'll be a bit breezy later this afternoon with high temps in the mid to upper 70s. Those numbers just slightly above average for this time of year. We're back with your full forecast, including a look ahead to the weekend and the impacts potentially from Hurricane Ian on our own local community. We'll talk about that in just a few. Any update on that road issue you were looking at, Tom?
No, actually, in fact, the large moving camper is gone, but you can still see all the police activity still there at that situation. There's already construction zone there, and this is 152, as you can see, but it looks like they're clearing cones, so that's good. So maybe they have it moved off to the side and they're about to get out of there. But this is 95 northbound right at 152, so if you're heading up that direction, just be ready to tap your brakes for just like a half a mile, and then you get past it.
All right, well, turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Voters will have their chance to weigh in on the future of recreational marijuana use in Maryland.
Yeah, a recent Goucher poll shows 62% of voters say if voters do decide to legalize recreational marijuana, the state should then expunge the records of those charged with or convicted of marijuana use and or possession. Well, 29% say the state should not.
Well, the poll also shows that the majority of Marylanders plan to vote in favor of legalizing recreational uses of marijuana in November.
Shan Lilly is joining us here in studio with a look at the question that will be on the ballot and how people on both sides are responding. Shannon.
Yeah, it's certainly a polarizing issue, Tom, but more and more Marylanders seem to indicate that they'll vote in favor. In fact, we want to get you right to a look at the question on the referendum that you will be voting on here in the state. It asks if cannabis should be legalized for people 21 and older on or after this coming July. State lawmakers also approved complementary legislation, which specifies that if passed, you could legally possess up to 1.5 ounces by that date. But Paul Armentano, deputy director for the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, believes at this point lawmakers should be taking this a step further.
The ballot referendum that Marylanders will be deciding on is simply a question that asks voters if they want lawmakers to legalize marijuana in Maryland. It doesn't bring a legal adult use regulated market to Maryland anytime soon. It simply throws the question once again back in the hands of lawmakers who are going to have to go back to Annapolis and hash out the details of what a legal regulated adult use market in Maryland will look like. That process will probably take many months, if not many years.
Meanwhile, Luke Niforatos, CEO of the political action group Protect Our Kids, is fighting against legalization and more specifically, the establishment of a profit-driven marijuana industry. He sent this statement saying in part, quote, "There's a false dichotomy between legalizing marijuana and criminalizing its use. Polls often only ask about these two extremes, omitting real-world policy alternatives like decriminalizing it and legalizing only medical marijuana." Now, he then points to a recent state and national Emerson College poll that indicates when given the option, a majority of voters reject the full legalization of marijuana and instead favor more measured approaches to the issue. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Well, thank you, Shannon. Vice President Kamala Harris is in Japan this morning, and she's beginning her tour of Asia.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with the plans for today. Taylor.
That's right. Let's take a live look over Tokyo this morning, where Vice President Kamala Harris landed early this morning to begin her tour of Asia. This is video of her arriving there this morning that she's set to meet with Japan's Prime Minister Kishida Fumio. Later in the week, she'll then go to South Korea and meet with the president there. This comes as tensions in Asia remain high. Just a day before this visit, North Korea filed a short-range ballistic missile towards its eastern seas. South Korean military leaders say the missile flew more than 350 miles before landing off the eastern coast of North Korea. This marks the start of a new joint military drill between South Korea and the U.S. For the first time in 5 years, the U.S. sending an aircraft carrier to South Korea to mark its commitment to the country amid North Korea's nuclear threats. We'll keep you updated on the meetings throughout this week. And that's the latest here at the Live Center. Tom, Patrice.
All right, thank you, Taylor. Coming up, Ravens, they're flying high. There's a reason to smile this morning as the Ravens secure a Week 3 victory right here in Baltimore, right here on Fox 45. More on how the defense was able to step up in the fourth quarter. And we're also staying dry with temperatures in the 70s. Absolutely gorgeous day ahead. Quick look at your forecast, though, with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who considers himself gorgeous, too. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. The truck.
Fiona is leaving behind widespread destruction in parts of eastern Canada over the weekend.
It just kept leaning and leaning until it finally came down.
Hundreds of thousands without power after the storm slammed into the coast carrying hurricane-force winds, torrential rainfall. The conditions collapsed homes and toppled trees all across the region, and Nova Scotia authorities declared a state of emergency due to too many roads being undrivable.
Now in Puerto Rico, officials are still trying to assess the damage there. A week after the storm made landfall, thousands remain without electricity. Gas stations and other businesses have had to temporarily shut down due to a lack of fuel for generators.
Once the power goes out, the water goes out. So we still hopefully days away from recovery, but it could be longer than that.
Now, the National Guard says it will first send fuel to hospitals and then other infrastructure.
Florida now under a state of emergency ahead of Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, and evacuations could start this morning. The storm is predicted to become a Category 4 hurricane before weakening, expecting to hit Florida's Gulf Coast later this week. Residents spending the day getting prepared, many flocking to stores, stocking up on all things like generators, canned food, wood, water, and gas.
Even if you're not necessarily right in the eye of the path of the storm, there's going to be pretty broad impacts throughout the state. You're going to have wind, you're going to have water, there could be flooding on the east coast of Florida.
I encourage those that are not to always take a storm serious, because you can never estimate where that storm might turn, and we need to be prepared.
Stay with Fox 45 News. Our Megan Gillen will be going to Florida to cover the storm. You can follow along both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Celebration continues as week 3 comes with a victory for the Ravens. If you missed the game, after the break, we're going to have a recap of the impressive win coming up.
Oh, and Brick Bodies is here to get your bodies right. What you can do this fall to stay in peak shape. 9:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
$9.44. Strengthen your core while conditioning your mind and your body with Pilates. Group exercise director with Brick Body, Sarah Keller, is showing us how to get it done. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so we were just talking about Pilates in the commercial, and I was saying that, you know, I don't see a lot of guys do it, and I've heard some guys say, oh, that's what the ladies do, but then they try it and they they can't move.
Yeah, so Pilates is one of those workouts that if you've never done it before and you walk by and you see these people laying on the ground and not moving in big, huge motions and not lifting huge weights, you say, oh, it's not worth my time. It's too easy.
Until you try it.
Until you try it. And then you realize it's not just about the engagement. It's really about specific muscle engagement and small movement to make sure that you're effectively targeting those muscles. Then it's also about incorporating the breath along with it, and that becomes a whole separate challenge, too.
And the results are amazing. All right, what are you showing us today?
All right, so today we're going to be all down on the mat. I'm going to work on some of our core conditioning from Pilates, starting with the Pilates 100, which you will see in pretty much any Pilates class that you ever take. So for the Pilates 100, we can start in several different ways. The most beginner option is to keep our feet on the ground. Okay. That gives us more support for our back as we're developing our core strength. Second option would be to work from tabletop, about 90 degrees at the hips and knees. Third option is we lengthen the legs all the way into our Pilates set position, heels together, toes apart. We tuck the chin to chest and lift the head and shoulders on our exhale, drawing everything in and down in the center. And then on our inhale, We take a breath in for about 4 or 5 counts, and then we exhale. And we repeat that until we get to 100 total counts.
And see, people are looking like, oh, she's just flapping her. You don't know the burn.
And there's always the option to lower the legs to about 45 degrees.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so then do you just do that one time to 100 and that's good enough for the core?
Yeah,
or are you
so
gonna
that's
repeat
kind
that?
of the warm-up for a lot of Pilates classes is to do that Pilates 100 and then we roll into the next bit of work, which kind of takes us then a little bit later into class. We'd run into our abdominal series. So I'm going to give you a couple exercises.
Okay, let's see a couple of those because I don't want to run out of time.
No worries. All right, so the first is our straight leg lower.
Okay.
So generally our hands can rest gently behind our head. And we're going to start with the toes pointed. Inhale as the legs come down. Brace through the upper body.
Okay.
Exhale to bring the legs back up.
Okay.
We inhale to expand the area, right, because we have more breath space here. And then we exhale as we close it up.
Okay.
And the final one is our crisscross, usually from tabletop here. We're going to lift one shoulder. We want to think about bringing the shoulder across, not the elbow, because the shoulder means the torso and the obliques have to fire.
Yes.
And we come back to center, and we switch. And we could do it with a foot on the ground for a little bit more support. But we're really getting into those obliques on the side there and training them to be stronger.
And that's what I was going to say. We're training it to be stronger, but we want to see some abs there, too.
Yeah, the
and
obliques will
as
certainly
well.
work on the definition on the sides for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sarah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We should get Justin down here to do some of this. All right.
I'm happy to participate. I don't have a thing on my phone.
I got a mat right here for you. I'll just bring it right over.
All right, you go through the forecast, and then we're going to see you do some of these.
My coat off.
Go ahead. I'll come hold it.
Well, I got to do the weather first.
Now the excuses start.
I'm telling you. No, I love when she comes in and does those great workouts. Gets you all pumped up and ready to go. Hey, by the way, good shot right here of our flag on top of Fed Hill. Now, we are going to see some breezy to windy conditions as we head into the afternoon. So that wind is going to pick up throughout the day today. Right now, officially only out of the southwest about 5 to 10 miles an hour, but a little bit more of that westerly wind will be with us. We're in the mid-60s, and our temps will get to the mid to upper 70s later today. This is all behind the cold front. So that frontal boundary has passed through the area. This is what helped to prompt some of those storms yesterday afternoon and fired us into a weather alert as well. There's Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around today. The average this time of year is 76. So mid to upper 70s is where we will be here as we head later into the afternoon. You can see those low to mid 70s here and even upper 70s across central Maryland for the day today. 76 in Annapolis and Chestertown, 78 Easton down through Cambridge, 77 in Stevensville. Great afternoon or evening to throw some stuff on that grill. Get that grill cast going. Mid 70s here through 5 p.m. Upper 60s by about 7 o'clock after the sun goes down. Temperatures are going to go down a little bit today or over the next couple of days after today. So today's the warmest, but those numbers go below average as we take you through the rest of the week and closer to the weekend. You can see on our future scan, a couple of clouds around later today and that wind that'll be with us, but overall we're not tracking any rain. Hurricane Ian, again, a Category 1 storm, the outer bands impacting Cuba as we speak. And you can see what's going to take place. This thing is going to be rapidly intensifying. The warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico could get up to a Category 4 before kind of glancing by Tampa as a Cat 3. But again, the strongest wind and the storm surge is on the eastern part of a storm. So that means all of western Florida is in that path to get that storm surge and the potentially heavy rain and strong wind as well. Back here at home, we're all good. Now, we are going to see the impacts from Ian this weekend, more than likely after about 4 or 5 o'clock on Saturday into Saturday night, and even some rain left over into Sunday for the Ravens game at M&T. We'll back with your full forecast and your 10-day forecast in just a few. Tom?
All right, let's still talk about the Ravens then.
Yeah.
Outstanding fourth quarter performance for the Ravens. Second quarter, we're all worried. You know it. Exactly 1 week, though, after their brutal loss in Miami, Ravens left Foxborough with a 37-26 victory over the Patriots in Week 3. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, another MVP-type performance with 5 touchdowns on the day again. Remember, he did that against Miami. They still lost. Now, the defense came away with 4 turnovers, 3 of those late in the fourth. The Ravens are now back in the win column. They look good. One of the hottest shows on Fox is making its return.
Be More Lifestyle's Mark Clark has a look at the new season of The Cleaning Lady.
The wait is finally over with the return of The Cleaning Lady. Season 2 kicked off Monday night right here on Fox 45. We're joined by 2 of the show's stars, Elodie Young and Oliver Hudson. Welcome to the show, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, season 2, Tony is desperately searching for her son Luca after he was kidnapped by his dad. Can you give us some insights on what's going on next? What's the breakdown?
I don't want to reveal too much, but
just a little.
Tony's gonna need the help of Garrett, just a little. So yeah, Luca has disappeared. He's been kidnapped by my husband, and I need the help of Mr. Garrett. So then what do you do?
Well, she always needs my help.
Yes.
Both in the show and out of the show.
Yes.
And then something happens with the husband.
Yes.
Can't say what it is, but something happens with the husband that is not so great.
Are you finding the fans, in addition of loving you, do they share their stories and share their challenges, with faced with the same issues?
The same intensity, if not more. I think, like Oliver says, the stakes have risen. Risen. He's also my English coach.
That's why I'm really here.
This is it. That's all, so you guys can understand what I say. Got my translator here. So, yeah, and then what was your question about
the relatability of the characters?
Oh, the relatability.
You told the story. You told me the story of a friend of yours who saw the ICE episode.
Yeah, she's not a friend of mine. She's a neighbor.
Oh, a neighbor, right? Who was affected by what she saw.
Yes, and I think that was the beauty of season 1. I think for me, approaching season 2 is to really maintain the humanity in Tony, because she's going to have to make harder and harder choices. This is where, the story is going for her. We're expanding the save her son to, protect her family. So there's more challenges coming her way. And in order for the audience to relate to Tony, I need to relate to her. So my approach is the same, I just need to understand for myself what she's going through. What would I do if those choices were presented to me? And I really see her as a human being. She's not perfect. Like last year, she wasn't perfect at all, and this year it's the same. She's just has qualities and flaws.
She's less perfect this year.
All right, well, that is the cleaning lady, and of course, Mark Clark interviewing them. Now let's find out exactly what it's going to be like for the rest of your work week. Actually, we have Justin Chambers, meteorologist, coming back, and he'll give us the 7-day forecast right after the break.
All right, quickly looking at Fed Hill, looking nice there. Our 10-day forecast looks like this. Numbers will be in the 70s today, a little cooler as we head toward the end of the week. And then you can see on the right side of your screen, numbers stay into the 70s for the weekend. Tracking some of the rain this weekend, guys, with the remnants of Ian in our future.
I hope it's out by Sunday for the game, but we'll see.
I'll do what I can.
Thank you. Appreciate that.